FOREN 2020 Online este un eveniment organizat sub patronajul Ministerului Economiei, Energiei și Mediului de Afaceri, cu susținerea parteneri strategici, Electrica și Enel România, coorganizator Regional Energy Day Romelectro, coorganizator Discussion Sessions Opcom, parteneri Adrem, AFR, Complexul Energetic Oltenia, CES Group, Deloitte, Engie, E.ON, Hidroelectrica, Horvath & Partners, Met Romania Energy, Nuclear Electrica, OMV Petrom, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Romgaz, Siemens Energy, Transelectrica, Transgaz, Vimetco, Alro. Academii și universități: Academia Română, Universitatea Politehnică a București, Universitatea Petrol și Gaze din Ploiești, Universitatea Tehnică a Moldovei, Universitatea Politehnică a Timișoara, Universitatea Gheorghe Asachi din Iași. Partener media The Diplomat Bucharest, Camera de Comerț și Industrie a Municipiului București, Buf Media, Energy Industry Review, Energynomics.ro, Energy World, Financial Intelligence, Focus Energetic, Invest Energy, Monitorul de Petrol și Gaze, Petroleum Club, Revista Tehnică și Tehnologie, Universul Ingineresc. Le mulțumim partenerilor și coorganizatorilor FOREN 2020 Online pentru sprijinul acordat.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to welcome all of you to the second day of the Regional Energy Forum. And it's one of the most important and disputed theme which we have to talk today on the morning. This means we have to have some recommendations, some comments about the Green Deal. The Green Deal, which is the most important challenge for Europe and for the coming 30 years. Duty for Eastern European countries, political, technological, and financial issue. We have to talk about that and to have some question and maybe some answer if the government and the national authorities are ready to implement the Green Deal. We have to talk about the energy resources balance. Primary resources, coal, oil, gas, renewable energy resources, and a very delicate point, especially for us, it's the energy efficiency. All these things are only one vector, one way, is to decarbonize the power generation and the power consumption of different industries, and not only, also the agricultures and the services. All of us, we have to contribute with a little piece to this big effort of Europe, and to put Europe on the first row of this ambitious, very ambitious policy. Now, I have the pleasure to invite today as a speaker Einari Isel, which is responsible for the development relation with all European member committees, companies and institutions, such as European Commission. He is based in Tallinn, Estonia. Einari also supports development work on the Energy Sustainability Index methodology for the World Energy Trilemma works. Due to his many years of experience in the field of energy policy and proficiency in English, Russian, and Finnish, Einari also represents the World Energy Council as a speaker at various international events. Personally, I met him on the last Energy Congress in Abu Dhabi, and we found that he has a huge experience, and I would like to ask him to provide some comments like keynote speaker on our panel. Mr. Einari, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's truly an honor for me to address the Regional Energy Day of the 15th edition of the FOREN 2020. It's truly a very different format that we are doing this event this time. And due to all of the circumstances that have happened around us during this year, I wish to be in the Costinesti this year in the Black Sea shore, but unfortunately I have to stay in the very rainy Tallinn this time and provide my notes from here. Here I would also like to acknowledge actually the Romanian member committee for the courage to take this 4-day forum and turn it into a 4-day virtual forum. This is, I think, something that hasn't been done earlier in the energy sector, at least. And I'm looking forward to see how this all goes through, and we see that actually it has been a very successful forum so far. So to go into my presentation, I would like to share some slides with you, and here we go. So I will talk today about the question that has been on the minds of the World Energy Council for at least for this year already. We are talking about humanizing the energy transition, and I would like to address today this question of how to humanize the European energy transition from the perspectives of all of these crises that are around us at the moment. If we think of these reflections that we have at the moment in the energy scene, you can see that we have the pandemic crisis. Then we have, coming from there, even bigger impact on the economic recession. But then it's also even bigger challenge to fight the climate change. And above all of that, we have also the social issues that are arising actually from all of these different crises. The question is that we had all of these crises already earlier, but COVID-19 has even put, say, the more emphasis on all of the questions that are arising from these different issues that are on table today. So we're talking actually about 4 different crises, starting from the pandemics, going to economic crisis, the climate crisis that is there as well, and also behind that, the social issues and social crisis that is the big question mark, how to actually guarantee that we, say, all of the people around the globe will benefit from this energy transition. So just for looking at some of the figures, say, Angela Wilkinson yesterday told us that the crisis has triggered the biggest reallocation of financial capital in the human history. So there is hundreds of trillions of dollars at stake at the moment when we speak about the changes that are going on in the capital markets. If we look only at the oil markets, that these have been in energy markets probably the most hit sector, and the forecasts that we see for this year show that the oil demand, global oil demand, is to be reduced about 10% during just 1 year. Even more, if we know also that there have been already sharp decreases in the investments on the upstream investments in oil sector that have been reduced already in 2015 by 25% and are expected to decrease this year another 25%, then we see that there is a huge bulk of money that is going to other sectors. Around $400 billion of oil upstream investments are, say, lower than compared to 2014. And also, of course, the prices have, the decrease of oil prices have triggered such kind of decreases. But we see that this is something that will certainly for a longer run trigger also the lack of investments in the oil sector, which have to be replaced and is to a large extent also replaced by the other sectors. The question there is how actually this reallocation of these investments from oil sector to other sectors will impact also the different regions and the social security of different regions. So you know that the World Energy Council has, in the beginning of this year, when the COVID crisis started, has triggered also some of the studies to explore, surveys to explore where do we stand with all of these issues that are in place, what is actually happening and how we are going to move forward. If you look at the short-run implications that have happened, then majority of the firms were affected by the COVID crisis by reduced productivity, decrease in demand, and also with the cash flow issues. However, it was also interesting to see that within just 1 month, the perceptions about this crisis changed a lot. If we did the first round of a survey in March and April, and the second round of the survey in May, and the results from these two surveys were completely different. If you look there, that we had the almost tripling of the respondents who expect that there will be a new normal for energy systems in 1 month, then you can understand that this change that happened in the market was enormous. And also we see that, say, the expectations of how long this crisis will take is going further and further. We see that people expect that there will be even longer crisis in the round. So what are the main changes that are taking place in the companies? 81% of organizations are actually shifting their investments, moving into digitalization, R&D, and also in environmental and social and governance issues. So going digital, more than 2/3 of the organizations are digitizing at the moment their business. However, it is important to note that the main investment in digitalization today go into the business optimization, but not so much to the customers side. So the customers themselves are at the moment left a bit ahead or behind, and the companies are optimizing their activities on digital part. 42% of the organizations have increased their expenditures to research and development and in the transformation to new businesses. And 1/3 of the organizations are planning or shutting one or more of their business units. This all reflects that there is a very huge change that is going on in the market. So the question now is that if we are talking that there will be a new normal, how this new normal should actually look like, what we can expect from this market to emerge. So one is certain, we have a very uncertain future. 45% of the respondents have seen that, have reflected that the societal resilience will be the critical uncertainty. And the 3/4 of the respondents said that there will be a global economy implications. It's clear that we already see all of these changes already taking place. Greatest impact is expected from this COVID-19 crisis to society, followed by the economy and to energy systems. And these will be, and this is the focus on the 12 months coming up. Where to ask when we will have the most difficult times, then the respondents actually said that it will be ahead. The Q4 on 2020 and the first quarter of 2021 are expected to be the most difficult ones for the global economy and for the energy sector as well. As said already, that 1/3 of the respondents, more than 1/3 of respondents actually expect the new normal to emerge from COVID-19. And 15% say that there will be also a new normal for energy systems. So compared to the overall change in society and economy, the changes in energy systems are expected to be a bit less in the focus. If we look at this society then we may expect significant societal shifts as a result of the COVID-19. The 95% vast majority of respondents saying that the society is likely to emerge from the crisis with more resilient and more stronger sense of community. And also we will be better prepared for next crisis. However, 80% of the respondents also see that there is a change in individual freedoms. It concerns the job securities and also employee well-being at work, which reshapes the standards of working. Of course, we already have seen the major shifts in the working from home concepts and say less in the office, and also that there are much less physical meetings around. In addition to that, 85% of the respondents said to us that the crisis is likely to lead to increased nationalism, that the countries will put their interests first and work more on their own. If you look at the economic changes, then COVID-19 is expected to fundamentally reshape the economy as well. Let's say 85% of respondents do not expect actually a quick recovery anymore from the crisis, and the contraction of the economy expected through 2021. It is expected also to change the global value chains. Let's say there will be more concentrated or localized production of different say, products and services. It's not so much looking forward to globalize anymore. There is also an interesting such a contrast when it comes to the question of trust. 80% of the respondents see that there is a decrease of trust between countries due to the economic tensions that are over there. But in the same time, three-fourths of the respondents see that the international cooperation is actually going to increase during the global crisis and pandemic. Well, we see that in some sectors, economic sectors, it's truly happening, while in others, you may argue that it's going to happen or more or not. When it comes to the energy systems, then the main impact to the energy systems is most likely to rethink about the resilience, that how we actually guarantee that the lights will keep to be on. The energy companies have managed very well to guarantee that the lights are on, and but there are also signals that there will be in next half a year difficulties also for the energy system. It was also a very strong strive towards the, so to say, new storm for from the energy crisis. See that whether we can see the changes on the say the whole overall structure in the energy markets, and the capex costs have decreased substantially in all sectors mostly, and there are also concerns about the delays in bill payments and low oil price. So all it goes together saying that we have to renew the concepts for the resilience, and to look at more on the whole energy system resilience point of view, to see that how we can actually come together with all of these energy solutions, and to guarantee that it provides the resilience for people. In coming to the environment and the energy transition, there are very mixed feelings about this. From one hand, say majority of respondents say that there will be the energy transition moving forward in a very big speed, and even increasing the speed. In the same time, the same amount of people actually say that there are delays in the investments and also in the design of the new climate agenda. So we don't have today a clear view how we actually move forward with the energy transition, and whether it will be enough to provide all the investments that are needed for the climate change issues to be tackled. We also see that some of the respondents see the increase of the individual and local actions in countries. And from this perspective, it is likely to see that in some areas, in some countries, the COVID-19 crisis may trigger change in the energy transition in a way that the customers themselves will be more in power, and community action will move forward the whole transition. In the same time, majority of respondents told us that they see an appetite for radical policies from the energy policymakers. It's probably, we may see that there will come new norms, behavioral changes, but also possibility for the renationalizations of the companies. So it's very mixed on these responses around the world, and it depends very much on the countries. So altogether, if you look at the energy policies and businesses, they are evolving at the moment very much, and the themes that are on the tables of the energy leaders are about the responsible leadership, how to strengthen the focus on the social license to operate, and how to manage the negative spillover effects of digitalization of energy. They also have to look at the resilience, review all of the ways how to guarantee the supply chain, but also secure the security for the people who are working in the business. Rescue and recovery. There have to be recovery plans and the fiscal stimulus packages that would support the new investments in the more diverse pathways. And above all, there is also a need for redesigning the markets to guarantee that the behavioral transformation of people will actually bring to better lives and more healthier planets. If we look at the European Union Green Deal and Commission proposals for the regional integration and hydrogen strategies, they are in general good visionary documents. And now they just require political commitment from all of the EU governments, also strong financial backup, also strong and public accepted energy projects, which seems to be a challenge in many countries. Redesign of energy markets in many countries. Say the new energy package has to be implemented in parallel as well. And all of this, how to put this just energy transition from words to action, how to guarantee that we will not increase the inequality between the countries and also between the people. So how we are stress testing in the World Energy Council that we have set up 4 different scenarios that we might see in the markets, coming from the different ambition, how quickly we can return from pre-pandemic normal to the transformational future, how big will be the trust between the countries, whether it's a collaborative approach or diverse approaches with greater independence of the countries, and also how quickly the virus will be under control. So we have developed 4 different scenarios that are looking from this perspective. It's a fast-forward scenario with collaborative opportunities for transformation, meaning that there will be a good global cooperation and a strong transformation. Re-report scenario looks at the bottom-up diverse experiments to create a human-centered transition. Rewind scenario look at the world where we turn away from the globalization and try to repair the local economies. And the pause scenario looks at the collaboration aiming at the return to normal life. So we have asked also from our future energy leaders to try to find the signals for all of these scenarios. And you can see that today, majority of signals in the market are going towards fast-forward scenario where we can see the global transition and also the strong recovery as well. However, we will go live with this radar in 18th of September during the Clean Energy Ministerial, and I would then invite also all of you to share your signals with us and see how we can help actually all of us to come to the better signal changers for the future. So here, if you want to go into details of this presentation, then I would like to invite you to visit the World Energy Council webpage dedicated to COVID-19 crisis and to see the reports that we have put together from there. With this, I would like to thank you for this opportunity and wish for the successful day and fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reinari. It was very, very interesting and really maybe will help us for rethinking all these four issues regarding the social issue, the climate change, of course, the recession, and how to approach all these things, especially on the energy field after COVID-19. What I would like to underline is the cross-sector strategy as greater links between energy, finance, food, and health system, which is the most critical. The Green Deal, as you said, it's a visionary document which requires political commitment, strong financial backup, strong publicity acceptance, and redesign the markets. I think that this, let's say, invitation for 18th of September will be spread to all our participants, and maybe you will have, sure you will have also some reflection from our side. Thank you very much once again. Now we have to pass to the next speaker, which we have is Mr. Nicu Havrilets, which is the State Secretary in Ministry of Economy for Energy Field and the Business Environment. Mr. Havrilets, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you.
Many thanks, sir. If you're hearing me, it's okay. Many thanks for your very kind invitation. Also, I want to congratulate for this event dedicated to COVID-19 crisis. It's very important to discuss, to change the experience having in another EU countries. Yes, COVID-19 crisis heated our measures taken for imposing the Green Deal obligation. As we all know, Romania has an ambitious target for renewables, actually to increase from 24% nowadays level of renewables in the total consumption to 30.7 percent until 2030. So, as were presented in very comprehensive report presented by Mr. Einari Kisel, in Romania, production sector was high impacted and reduce productivity, decrease in demand, and decrease of cash flows. Yes, we have to emerge from the COVID-19 crisis. In Romania, we install a national plan for integrated national plan for energy and climate changes, in which we presented a strategy to switch power generation on coal to power generation on natural gas. Because Romania has this opportunity to extract more natural gases coming from new sources, especially from Black Sea side, because there is an investors in Black Sea side that will put in the market starting with next year about 10% of general demand yearly. So we are fortunate we have natural gas, and also we have important capacity power generation on coal that we have to switch into the much more decarbonized energy. So we put it in our national strategy, several investments that we intend to put in place, even we are located in the COVID-19 crisis. So the activity is ongoing, and we have to increase the demand, especially in these new capacities on power on gas, and also to develop new infrastructure in the area in which this public service is not in function. So we gotten a very important European support of €1 billion in order to extend infrastructure in natural gas distribution. Also, we intend to use innovative funds for using natural gas for producing blue hydrogen. Also, in this moment, many of the most important energy producers, are interested to invest in a new opportunity in Black Sea side, investing in power generation in wind farm. This is a new opportunity that came from a World Bank study that are proving that in the Romanian side, in Black Sea side, there is opportunity, big opportunity to install over 80,000 megawatt hour on offshore wind farms. So are in this moment the picture of the day, simplifying, and we have to work and to emerge from this crisis, having in mind all experience that we can share with another European member states. Unfortunately, I am invited in another conference, and I have to leave this conference, but I want to assure you that Ministry of Economy and Energy is the most important governmental institution that is involved in the emerging COVID-19 crisis, not just in energy sector, but in other sectors through Romanian economy. Once again, many thanks for your invitation, for your organization of this event, and I have to say goodbye because I have also another scheduled meetings. Many thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I suppose this was a very important issue to work all together to the integrated national plan for energy and climate change, because it's not only the government. There are also the authorities, and this I'm referring to the Romanian energy authorities, who has to put in a reality all these actions. We have to push forward our company Transelectrica. We have to push forward our distribution company Electrica, Enel, CEZ, E.ON, to give a big help to to find that this integrated national plan is not only a document on the paper, and must be a reality, because it's a very, very ambition for 2030 at least. Thank you very much, Mr. Stastrik. Okay, let's go on and to ask Mr. Cristian Bădescu, it's a special representative of the Foreign Affairs Minister, and to have some comments about this document and all these things. You have the floor, Mr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gheorghiu. Thank you very much for inviting me to share with you some elements of position of Romania concerning the energy transition, and choosing the title "Humanizing the European Energy Transition." I think it's an extremely challenging subject, and we have the opportunity to share ideas, because this debate is very timely. We started to discuss about the public implication of in the energy transition, and I would like to share my presentation in two parts. One part starting from the idea that the people has the right to have access to energy, and at the same time the people became more and more active and able to engage in partnership with public authorities and economic and companies. Of course, we have this discussion in the context of the strong political will of the EU member states for the implementation of the Green Deal, and this means that we are engaged together to promote sustainable energy production and to manage a fundamental transition of the energy sector, quite often based on disruptive technologies. And as I said, our society now apparently it's ready to engage based on the high digitization and the increasing influx of public information. The people are able to, they are empowered and are able to become more active in the implementation of this energy transition process. At the same time, this dialogue should be managed, and I think it is important to have a gradual approach in this process in order to involve more and more the communities, especially those impacted significantly by the energy transition. And we have to keep in mind what's happened in France with Yellow Vests movement, the Gilets jaunes, looking at the roots of the movement and looking at the effects of the pressure they put on the public authorities in one of the most advanced, from the political and technological point of view, member of the European Union engaged in the promotion of the Green Deal and engage also in the promotion of the Paris Agreement. What happened in Romania, I was very pleased to see that the consumers, the citizens now, they have the possibility to choose the distribution company in the field of natural gas. I'm talking about the liberalization at the middle of this year and the perspective of the liberalization of the electricity market. And I think that there is another dimension, the dimension of prosumers, the capacity of the consumers to become small producers and to be involved in the production of energy. This is a small observation about what's happened in Romania. Of course, at the European Union, we have this engagement, political engagement to offer to the consumers a clean, affordable, abundant, and sustainable energy. And let's don't forget the engagement at the global level, at the UN level. One of the Sustainable Development Goals is the access to ensure the access of the people to clean and affordable energy. And talking about the UN, I think it's a good opportunity for me to signal the fact that this particular Sustainable Development Goal offer also to Romania as a EU member states the opportunity to develop projects through the development cooperation policy, national development cooperation policy, with the help, of course, of the companies active in the energy field. Another observation, I think I have to applaud the engagement of the World Economic Council in creating various platforms for encouraging the public engagement in the dialogue with the authorities and the companies and the sector, private sector, in order to discuss this energy transition, because the energy transition is one of the central pillar of the general transformation of our society. I want to share with you now the second part of my intervention, because, as I said, it is important to promote, to respect, to protect the right of the people to have access to energy. But at the same time, I think it's important to offer to the people the right not to be affected by the side effects of the use of the energy as a political tool. And I'm talking here in the context of the NATO engagement to increase the resilience, generally speaking, but with particular attention also to the field of energy. And of course, as I said, to the objective established by Energy Union to ensure secure energy for the European citizens. And here we are evolving, of course, in the context of, as Mr. Secretary of State Havle said, of national energy strategy. And it is, from our point of view, MFA point of view, is very important to articulate a coherent, long-term, sustainable external dimension to this national energy strategy. I appreciated the picture put on the screen by Mr. Kisel, talking about the multiple challenges we have to face in this moment. And it's true because, by the way, yesterday and today, we are discussing in Bucharest in our national diplomatic gathering about the diplomacy under the pandemic impact and the pandemic impact. So it is important to keep in mind all these challenges in relation with which we have to act simultaneously. And if we are talking about, from the Romanian perspective, if we are talking about the external dimension of the national strategy, I think it's important to mention some of the objectives we have: the diversification in gas supply, the developing of new technologies, and the increase the share of renewables in our strategy. Because there are a multi-layer approach here. First of all, I already mentioned the EU level, and talking about the EU, the Green Deal represents, in fact, de facto, development strategy for the Union. And in this context, it is important to avoid a peripheral role of Romania. In other words, it is important to involve Romania in all kinds of alliances, partnership, in order to develop new technologies. It is important to be active in working together with our partners for the diversification of the gas supply or for the multiplication of the infrastructure in order to increase the chances to have this diversification. At the regional level, here we are very determined to continue to enhance our role in order to define a long-term, coherent, and effective regional approach in the field of energy security. Because only in this way we can increase the energy security of the member states, and at the same time we increase the chances for better prosperity of the region. What we have to do here, we have to work on the long term, as I said, because it is important to offer the predictability to investors, and the need for investments is one of the challenges for our region. And at the same time, we have to be coherent because we have to put together the action defined and implemented at the EU level and the action defined and implemented in other format of regional cooperation. And I will give you only one example here is the 3 Seas initiative, which developed a dialogue on energy at the level of ministers of energy called PTEC, Partnership for Transatlantic Energy Cooperation. So as you maybe know, this 3 Seas initiative created already a fund in 2018 when the summit has been organized by Romania in Bucharest. So we have access to the European funds. We already have, but we will have for concrete projects access to the fund of the 3 Seas initiative. What is important is to try to make the highest degree of coherence between these actions. And of course, we have not forget the global level. Romania is able to act not only in relation with, in the context of the transatlantic partnership, not only as a member of the European Union, but I think little by little we are increasing our capacity to discuss outside this region and to increase our cooperation with actors from outside the Western values, let's say, like this region. Finally, I would like to only to mention, without any kind of details, but only to mention it is important, I think, another short list of additional actions needed to increase what I said, the external dimension of the national energy strategy. I already mentioned the strategic investments we need. We have to increase the attraction for the region. A geopolitical of renewables, and here Romania is continuing its demarche in relation with Brussels to put the light also on the Black Sea for the offshore wind projects, for example. It is important to continue to maintain and develop the energy mix, a balanced energy mix of Romania, and here we are MFA supporting the Ministry of Economy in developing new projects in nuclear field, for example. We are promoting in Brussels actions in order to underline the role of gas. Even the gas is defined as a transition energy. It's important to take full of advantage of our resources, and we want to maintain at the European level the attention on gas. And as I said, the diversification of sources for gas supply with concrete efforts to develop the infrastructure, the transport infrastructure. And you know very well, very recently, the gas pipeline between Iași and Chișinău was inaugurated, and until the end of the year we are waiting the finalization of the phase 1 of Brua. It is important to give to these projects the chance to increase the capacity of the region to become more secure from the energetic point of view. I will stop here and thank you again for the invitation.
It was very, very interesting. Really, we have to look on what you say, that Romanian to be active in all partner areas. That means strategical, long-term effect in the region, to offer predictability to the investors. People has the right to have access to energy, and in the same time, people has the right to be involved more and more in the policy energy. And we thank you very much, and we will have all our support in what you have to do. Thank you very much. Let's go further to our my friend Corneliu Bodea, which is the president of ADREN and CERE also. Thank you, Cornel.
Hello, Dan.
The floor. Thank you.
Good to see you. Good to see you all. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me. Let me first wish a happy birthday to all Romanian oil workers, because many of us knows that today is the what we call Ziua Petrolistului, Romanian oil working in the oil industry. So starting my intervention today, I would first underline the global situation, of course, as all my all the other speakers did in the beginning. Of course, that everybody is very concerned with respect to what is the global pandemic, both from the sanitary point of view, from the health of the population, but more and more about economics. As far as I read different analyses, and that was very well described by Mr. Kissel at the beginning of the meeting, the global pandemic will put a huge pressure on the energy sector. And as far as I know, the energy sector will be, or it's already, the third industry in terms of impact, bad impact, coming from this pandemic, after, of course, tourism and transportation. Why? And we saw from the presentation of Mr. Kissel that decrease in consumption and the lack of predictability in many other big consumers industry sectors had a huge impact in the energy consumption, and this is not a good idea. Of course, that I also believe that we need more than few months, probably more than 1 year, maybe few years to recover from this very difficult situation. And I'm speaking here not only about the energy sector, but also the other sectors. Mainly because energy sector is a supplier for the existence of the other industrial sectors and for the development of the population, and that's why it will follow the trend that will be given by the other industry sector. That's why I believe we should be very attentive to what is happening around and analyzing what kind of impact the economic crisis will bring in our sector. But of course that our main scope is to keep the light on, and indeed the energy sector responded correctly from the first stages of the crisis, and there was no major disturbance in the functioning of the sector. And we will continue to focus, including the Romanian energy sector, to maintain energy security of Romania, of course, and of the region. But I would bring also back into discussion a different topic, which I believe is higher than the pandemic, and this is climate change. We should not fall into the mistake of considering the global pandemic the worst situation that we confront with. We still have the climate change issue, is there, is bigger, and we have to focus and not defocus because of the actual crisis. That's why I believe that the key to go forward will be to use all development in place, all programs, all financement in place for the climate change problem to overpass the actual pandemic, because we can use financial instruments that are developed for the climate change issue in order to move forward, to start economy heated by this pandemic crisis. And I think this is a very ambitious plan. I'm very happy to see that the European Union officials uses a Green Deal as a way, a tool to overcome the actual crisis. And this is a very, very good idea. That's why I would also come back and refer to our local situation. And in Romania, I mean. And unfortunately, our situation is not as good as it could be. And this is because we are coming after several years of lacking of investments in the energy sector, especially in the electrical energy sector. And this is creating big risk. All experts did analyze this situation and shows that, and all the figures shows that Romania is in big danger of not being able to sustain the consume. And what we see in the last 2 years, 2019 and the actual 2020, Romania is already an importer, net importer of energy, and this shows not our lacking capacity of generating electricity, but more our old facilities, generation facilities, lack of investment in new ones or modernization of the old ones. And also that brings the question of the price of the energy, where sometimes we are higher in price than the area and we import as much as we can. This is bringing a lot of other challenges. The lack of investment made possible that a lot of companies working in the field of engineering, fields of project management made to build such big investments in the energy sector are experiencing lack in development, lack in projects, and that's a big issue, and we have to deal with this issue in the next couple of years. Then we also have a situation related to the market, energy market, which is not a real competition market, and this is probably the reason behind the lack of investment. Because if you don't have a strong competition, you will not have probably a big interest in the investments. Now, I would say that another issue that we should focus on is energy efficiency. It was mentioned here. It's one of the biggest source of, let's say, power to fight against the climate change, because if we will consume less and if we will consume smarter, not necessarily less but smarter, that's the best way to fight against climate change. But we see in Romania that the energy efficiency framework doesn't work for the moment, and I'm afraid that this current pandemic and reducing consumption will bring a more difficult situation to the energy efficiency, let's say, startup. But I'm optimistic. Why? I'm optimistic because, first of all, we have a lot to do. I'm speaking here about Romania, but also globally. So there are so many projects, so many transformations that we have to do, that this is a good idea, a good situation in this pandemic, where the main challenge is to find something, projects to invest in, to move forward the economy. So we have a lot to do, and we will probably start in doing big projects, and also to boost the investment in the energy sector. Of course, we need a clear and intelligent plan, targets, objectives, and as far as I've analyzed the plans that Romania supplied to the European Commission by 2030, there are plenty of projects there. We will find out that there are more projects that are mentioned in that plan, and I will only focus on one single aspect before closing my intervention here, which is digitization. I believe that probably on the first point on the list of Romanian investment in the energy sector, not only, but also because we are in an energy conference, it's digitization. We need, and we saw from what was happening in this pandemic, we need to increase investments in this area. And we also in this area have a lot to do, which is again good for us. Thank you very much, and all the best to you all, and success to the conference.
Thank you very much, Cornel, and I would like to thank you once again that you keep the flag, and to tell us that COVID-19 is not the worst. We have to look very carefully also on our perspective on the climate change, on the energy efficiency, which for the time being it's, let's say, more or less nothing, and of course to do what we think to do to reach the objectives at least for 2030. Thank you very much, Cornel. Now let's go further, and I would like to invite Mr. Gianfranco Chico, which is a professor in the Polytechnical University of Torino. Mr. Chico, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your invitation here. Much appreciated. I have followed the activities, I have followed what happens, and it's a really interesting forum, interesting discussion what we are having here. On my side, I have been asked to tell something about universities. What happens in universities? Which are the consequences of the current situation, and what we are expecting for energy transition? Which is the role of universities? Well, of course, universities have a multiple activity, as we know. We have teaching, we have research, we have other third mission activities, such like organizing conferences and giving contacts with the society and so forth. So it's evident that in this period of pandemics, universities had and are having a very strong impact. And this for engineering courses that are at the basis of the energy transition and the basis of the dialogue we have for energy transition purposes is indeed very important and crucial for what we are doing. Let's start with something concerning teaching. Well, our teaching has been changed radically in the last period. Our teaching has been done in many cases online, and I will do my next course, I will deliver my next course online as well, just because the situation here, as in other countries, is still not sufficiently stable to think to go live, to go in person. However, the orientation is that in an engineering course, we have some activities that have to be done in a lab, in a laboratory. We need not only to have virtual classes, but we also need to do activity on the real technology, to do activity together, to do projects and things like this. And this is a major impact. So let's see the two phases of the things. Let's say the urgent one, which is linked to pandemics, but also a wider reasoning about universities in the energy transition context. The first issue is that our activity in the labs is strongly congested. I mean, the major problem is to create small groups and to make them working in a safe and healthy way, so with the distancing and so forth. This can be reasonably done for computer lab because we can try to do it also online by distance. But if we have technological activities like measuring, like putting things, this is not doable. And many of the engineering activities are changing also with this idea of modernizing, rearranging the energy curricula. This is very important because we have new possibilities coming from the use of new technologies, new possibilities coming from the digitization. And digitization is also in our case the major word in this period in particular, because digitization has required to set up a particular system, a strong system for online teaching, and also for online research, because in many cases we are contacting our colleagues with different virtual ways. And if research is done on computing, we are suffering of the fact that we cannot use all our high computing capabilities in the most effective way, because we cannot use it from home. We can use them in some ways, but the issue is that our high performance computing capabilities cannot be always driven in the best way by being far, especially because if we need to do something like real-time simulations and other things that are important in a modern university, important in a modern concept, also to assist activities linked to what happens in a network, what happens for testing protections, what happens for putting together multi-energy systems, what happens in unknown fields in which we need to model components that still we don't know. And in this case, hardware in the loop capabilities can be very important for us to advance our knowledge, to advance research, and then to advance also our teaching effectiveness. So these are effects that are tangible, and of course we are expecting to come in person, but we are trying to do our best in this case. What is important for us for teaching is that we are guaranteeing an activity as effective as possible, even online. And this is happening. We have some feedback from the students. The students have been very responsive in this. Of course, they understand very well the situation, and they are trying to do their best. We are doing exams online, and also in this case, there are some particular aspects, but if possible, if we can do oral exams online, things can be reasonable anyway. And this is one of the points with strong digitization. And university is not only teaching, university is research. And here things are a little more complex because we need to contact each other, we need to work together, and online is not the best way to do that. But also we need to organize meetings for projects, meetings for setting up proposals for the European Commission or whatever other proposal we are doing. So in this case, our activity has been slowed down just because of the practical impossibility for a period of using our laboratories. Now things are, of course, becoming a little better because we are trying to set up new ways to work also in the lab. We need to go there in a small number of persons. We need to go there with all the protocols imposed and reasonably also imposed and accepted. But of course, when we have to do activity on the hardware maybe on inverters, machines, motors, and interfaces with the network and so forth, here the research has had the major impact, just because of the practical impossibility to be every day there to do things. Also with our students, also with our doctoral students, research assistants, and so forth. We are trying to mitigate the negative effect of this impact, and in particular, for the project we had, we are trying to complete them, and many of the projects are of course, in participation and collaboration, or even funded by public and private institutions. So the results of the project are expected, and we are trying to deliver everything we can do in the right time. So in particular, if we think about energy transition, there is a trend that independently of pandemics would have been major changes. Major changes in the sense that it's felt that universities need to cooperate more strictly with public and private institutions, and we are doing that. We have a number of projects and research activities and contracts. We need data, and this is one of the major points. We need to take data from the field to test together with the stakeholders the effect of this data. And for this purpose, data sometimes are complex because the situation is crucial for confidentiality and things like this. But I think that in the new arrangement that we will have, not only coming back to normality, but we are as university always thinking to change something in a positive way.
Yes.
So in our case, we are not just waiting for the previous normality. We are working and we are accelerating some processes, also concerning research, also concerning our other activities, in order to go in the direction we intend to go. And the direction we intend to go is to be even more in collaboration and as a service to the community, a service to the activities, and in particular in this very crucial period, a service to the birth of a new industry. After all the issues that have been here, we are accompanying the new industry processes that have to be positively assessed.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you. And I would like to congratulate you, because this seems to let's say redesign the energy curricula, and especially for this major project, digitalization, new technology, and research. All of us, we are looking for this, and maybe we will share the experience with you. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you.
Let's go on, and we have to jump to Mr. Cătălin Stancu, Associated Senior Expert, Horvath and Partners. Mr. Stancu, you have the floor. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. Once again.
Please allow me to use a presentation. I hope it won't be too bothering. I promise to stay in my time slot. And allow me to start by expressing my thanks to the organizers of this event, which became over the years a milestone for the energy community in this region. I'm honored to be today with you. My presentation, it's about the challenges that both COVID crisis and the Green Deal are bringing to the Romanian energy industry, and hopefully about bringing some ideas on how to solve some of these challenges. And just allow me by starting in a couple of slides to recap what Green Deal is and what is the level of ambition this new paradigm represents for all Europe. And of course, it can be better than taking the definition that the president of UE, Ursula von der Leyen, gave to the Green Deal back in December 11th, 2019. However, I think it's worth to stress two dimensions: the level of ambition and the complexity of this transformation, that is based on 50 actions for 2050, so that we can reach at least an 80% reduction of the greenhouse gas emissions compared to 1990 level. Green Deal, it's fundamentally about finding the resources to deploy the 8 pillars you see on the screen, but mostly it's about leaving no one behind. And that is even more true for Eastern European countries that joined UE in the last years. At the center of this transformation is the energy industry, and that is for the simple fact that the energy industry is responsible for almost 75% of the greenhouse gas emissions, and it's about the challenge on how to make it carbon neutral by 2050. And of course, it's about, at the end of the day, how to make it work, so financing this transition. What are the targets? Well, they're well known, but I would still point two things. The intermediary milestones, as you know, for 2030, they're about the 32% rest share in the total electricity output, about 32.5% target for the energy efficiency increase compared to the baseline scenario, and it's about a minimum 40%, and I'd stress the word minimum, for the CO2 emission target reduction, because there are more and more, let's say, voices that are urging EU to take even higher ambition levels, up to 55%. And that is particularly important because most, if not all, the national energy and climate plan are now based on the 40% scenario, and at least this is true for Romania. So an increase to 55% will somehow change the paradigm we're thinking in to reach those targets. The roadmap for the energy industry implies, as you can see in the slide, basically a vision of all the directives of the industry, plus new rules in place, like the carbon border adjustment mechanism, but not only. And I insist on this because this will require a significant effort of adaptation to all the industry players. Now coming back a bit to, let's say, to the ground, I will just briefly give you some figures of how COVID-19 crisis is impacting the Green Deal, but also I would insist on the chance of restarting the Romanian economy with the 80 billion plan agreed at European Union level. The COVID-19 crisis brought an unprecedented drop of the world economy, experts claiming that this is the worst crisis in the last 150 years and most probably the worst after the World War II. IMF in April was estimating a drop of 3% of the world GDP, but only 1 month after, the World Bank, it's almost doubling the figure to 5.2. An EA report, International Energy Agency report in 2020, a quite recent one, it's estimating the drop in the oil and gas investment values with 20%, while the power energy industry will drop with 10%. Again, EA indicates a 6% drop in the energy demand, and that is corresponding to a 7 times more effect than the 2008 crisis had. That is also bringing a challenge because a drop of that magnitude of both economy and implicitly the energy demand, it's bringing an estimated 8% drop in the CO2 emissions, and that might have serious consequences because it may endanger the willingness of further efforts to the climate change plans. As a response to this kind of complex environment, the EU Commission approved that 700 billion salvation plan with an allocation, an estimated allocation of roughly 80 billion for Romania, a bit below the 80 billion. But we have to keep in mind that under the current multi-annual budget exercise, which ends at this year end, Romania will most likely not absorb more than 40, maybe to 50% of the budget. And that is, I think, the biggest problem Romania will have to face, because we would need to increase our absorption capacity by 5 times. And this is very challenging. It is essential to highly prioritize the right projects and basically to redesign the whole EU fund absorption process, but also keeping the energy at the core of the recovery plan. The energy directive is somehow central to all the industry, and the magnitude and complexity of this new set of rules is briefly presented on the slide, but that fundamentally will be a test to the capacity of adaptation of both company, but also, as you already mentioned, to the regulatory authorities. I'll give you only 4 examples from the slide that are fundamental to understand how this new energy world will work. First, no intervention of authorities in price setting, no limits to market price, no curtailment to RES and high efficiency HPs. In case you do it, you will be obliged to pay compensation to the market price. And last but not least, to encourage innovation, digital, smart metering, smart grid, etc. All this picture raises 3 fundamental questions. Will Romania have the necessary mechanism in place to manage and use these funds? Second, what % of the envisaged 33, in fact now the last figure is 30 billion, will be allocated in the national recovery plans, to which industry and under which principles? And last but not least, what safeguards will Romania put in place in order to ensure that no funds are lost? In Romania's energy value chain, we need significant updates especially but not only in the power generation sector. And again, some figures. Romania is the fourth UE country in terms of energy independence, with only 23% energetic imports. By contrast, our neighbors are importing between 37, Poland, to 63, Hungary. The EU average is 55. So at a glance, you would say we should do well. But in fact, Romania have the fourth higher price of the electricity wholesale market, which was in 2018 of 58 euros per megawatt hour, after countries like Cyprus, Greece, and Spain with prices around 60 to 61 euros per megawatt hour. And the question is, it's a bit of contradiction between the resources and the market price we are observing, and those market prices have been varied for the last 3 years. So for the all, I would say it's a tendency in the market valid for the period pre-crisis. And there are at least two explanations. First is...
Cătălin, te rog eu frumos dacă poți să scurtezi un pic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Romania has the smallest capacity of interconnection, the third smallest capacity in Europe, 4% Poland, 6% Spain. And most important, we have the oldest, one of the oldest generation fleets, with 70% of the generation fleet older than 30 years, while 40% of the demand is covered by fossil fuels. So there is an urgent need for pragmatic strategy, right mechanism, and execution capacity to align these discrepancies to the Green Deal goals. I won't insist on the next slide. I would insist, however, on the conclusion.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Romania needs to incentivize innovation, to incentivize both private and public companies to attract UE funds. Just to remember, the current regulatory framework doesn't have any incentive for either using UE funds in investments in the regulated business or for innovation. We need a very ambitious plan. We have a very ambitious plan of adding 7,000 megawatts RES to the existing capacity, which is basically 2 times more than we already developed by now. But this under the condition that we have no incentive mechanism for RES any longer. And we need urgently a kind of, let's say, contract for difference, maybe incentive mechanism like most of the European countries to reach this milestone. The last slide. The energy sector can be and should be an essential part of the post-COVID-19 recovery. And we are supporting this by launching a national market research to all the stakeholders, executives and authorities, where we try to understand what are the preconditions of fully using the European funds and how to put the energy at the center of this transformation. I will stop here in the interest of time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Cătălin. What I would like to point out is that it was very interesting. Leave not one behind, and I believe it's a very challenging for all European countries. Thank you very much. Excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Now I have to go forward, and I will give the floor to Mr. Burkhard von Kainitz, E.ON, Germany.
Hello. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you, Chairman and Stefan, for inviting me and organizing this extraordinary Energy Forum for Central and Eastern Europe. Such a pity that I can't be physically among you in Romania. My name, as you mentioned, is Burkhard von Kienitz. I'm working for E.ON in the corporate headquarters in Essen, and I especially loved my time in Romania when I could experience beautiful country, nice and open people, and great hospitality. By the way, I enjoyed yesterday the introduction movie with great Rhapsody music recorded in the wonderful countryside. It captures really nice impression. For me, it was a journey through time, and I hope that we will meet next June in person in Kostinest. And I can recommend to all of the audience to go back to yesterday to watch this introduction. I will not focus on COVID in Germany. I assume a broader perspective is more valuable for you. So my topic is energy transition in Germany, targets, E.ON's strategic responding, and my personal lesson learned. Have you already heard about the German word Energiewende? It means energy transition. This meanwhile so famous that it's now part of the English vocabulary. Since we in the World Energy Council are a global community, or let's say a family of energy experts, I don't want to bother you with a beautiful colored speech, advertising and praising everything. This might be suitable for a public event, but wasted time for you. Therefore, you will not hear an official position of E.ON or aligned statements, instead just my individual and personal lessons learned and opinion. Energiewende, so German energy transition, started already 20 years ago with a nuclear exit decided by German government. Reason? Were security concerns in German society connected with nuclear. Later, we added the extension of renewables as a core target to tackle climate change. And recently, the complete coal exit as another additional target. And to make it very clear, although the targets might be partly contradictory and not all paying in the same bulk, it's a broad consensus in German society to pursue these goals simultaneously. And I think it is not worthwhile to discuss anymore whether we should do all this in addition and simultaneously. So on the nuclear side, we strictly follow the phase out path and will finalize the exit in 2 years from now on. Quite heavy. If you consider that this carbon-friendly source made a quarter of the total power production just a few years ago. And getting a high share of renewables in Germany is a challenge. We don't have the carpet mountains across the country. We only have few mountains and are really not sun-spoiled. Nevertheless, we managed to increase the share of renewable energy in power production from just 7% in 2000 to more than 40% last year. We achieved this predominantly based on subsidies for private producer. They have no volume and no price risk, and we as DSO have to invoice and collect the billions from all household customers and pass it through to the renewable producer. Really no task that makes oneself popular. I could show you slides and pictures that illustrate how dramatically our landscape and reality has changed meanwhile. As a consequence, our old business model of a vertical integrated energy company was broken into pieces. And we changed our strategy dramatically. We made a cut through all businesses and all markets and split ourselves into two companies that are completely separate. Uniper, caring for markets and system, and E.ON, caring for processes around the customer. That means energy grid and services in all countries. And public opinion usually connects energy transition with a view on wind and solar parks. But the distribution networks are the internet of the energy transition. They connect and integrate all renewables, and without smart solution and innovation, constant innovation in our grid, nothing would happen. Once we as E.ON has established ourselves in the new structure successfully, a one-time opportunity came across to grow substantially, exact in these focused businesses, and we acquired energy from RWE. This roughly doubled our size in main aspects and allow us to really innovate, be innovative and bundling our capabilities. And E.ON is driving the energy transition. 1 out of 5 renewable assets across Europe is connected to E.ON grids. And together with our clients, we avoided roughly more than 100 million tons of carbon emission per year. Integration is still ongoing, and it's really no takeover. All of us, new and old colleagues, are currently building a new E.ON together. And by the way, I hope that we are not only busy with ourselves, but find time to concentrate on best service for our more than 50 million customers in Germany, Romania, and many other countries. Back to the Energiewende. I'll try a cash check. Energy transition was successful when you look at the targets for renewable and power sector. We exceeded the ambitious target for renewable share in the electricity production and reached 42% and have integrated in Germany almost 2 million distributed and volatile renewable installations. And during Corona, we even experienced a time machine flight, up to 60% renewable share we saw across Germany. And we managed to keep the system stable. As Angela mentioned yesterday, the world stopped, but the lights stayed on. But the time machine showed us another thing. We need a new market design with a record in the market value for renewable production. The market value fell into the bottomless. We need to change this and to adapt to reflect the value, not only of flexibility, but also renewable generation properly. We met the targets, but to be honest, not in a cost-effective way. We now pay 30 billion per year subsidizing renewables. And in addition to this, we decided the coal exit, and we did it almost like a planning economy, decided at what year which power plant has to close down. And Great Britain and Spain choose another way and just put a carbon price and significant carbon price on it. And then industry has to react and has to follow it. We in Germany did it more in micromanagement and concrete decisions. I think it's not the best decision and not the best way. And this was electricity, where we're not so brilliant when it comes to other targets. Traffic, especially, also heating, are really not on track for energy transition. We in Germany tend to concentrate and see only power transition when we speak about energy transition. And this the government is now tackling this and going to change. What do we need to change and what do we need for the future? In my opinion, we need definitely sector coupling to decarbonize traffic, industrial processes, and heating. And this requires a significant and increasing carbon price fixed across all sectors. As I mentioned, that would help despite or to abandon all the micromanagement and measures around coal and other things. We need further to relieve electricity from the burden to carry all costs of energy transition. This hinders electricity to be competitive against oil and gas to decarbonize other sectors. The government has started to tackle this. Hopefully they get it through against all opponents. We need to support hydrogen. There not the carbon price is enough. We need to start and to get this on the road to reach market scale and support use cases for hydrogen for industrial processes. And also for traffic and heating. Due to our limited space, we need to foster, therefore, international import cooperation, as we covered in the World Energy Council and discuss this also there. And this will also help to establish industries in not so established regions of the world. And for individuals, it is not enough to fight climate change on an abstract level with high percentage figures for the future. we need to take personal responsibility and reflect also our behavior, accept energy transmission lines or a wind park in the neighborhood, and question driving an SUV or going for a cruise. How to help the climate? Finally, I think as a role model instead of a front runner. Germany, even Europe in total, is quite small on a global scale, but we are responsible for climate change. And if we just act as a front runner and become carbon neutral but damage our economy, no one will follow us. If we, on the other hand, be a role model and demonstrate that we become carbon neutral in a socially accepted way and keep our industry alive, this will convince others. And by this, we really help the climate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. First of all, I have to congratulate you for this 100 million ton CO2 per year, which is remarkable. And the second one, let me say once again what Angela said. World stop, but the light must stay on. And this is very important for everybody. Thank you very much once again. Now, we have to go to the next one, to Mr. Petre Stroie. Maybe he's on the phone, and he has to address some word to us. Mr. Stroie,
yes.
You have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thanks to the organizers, like always, the forum is a good platform to share ideas and also ideas which were implemented. I will try to speak myself from the perspective of a supplier, which is MET, a supplier in a very important market as group of MET is considering Romania. I listened very carefully the presentations of the prestigious speakers, and I may say my first conclusion was that us, like MET, we are on the right way, because each of us we should play our small part which is part of the big picture. A supplier it's an important player in the chain, and always a supplier should be enough adaptable to the customer's requirements. In this perspective, I listened very carefully about digitalization, and I may say the fact that we reacted faster and much before the crisis allow us to keep the same quality of the supply to the customers. The program we started last year is almost done. Only few adaptations we need to do up to the end of the year. But in front of us, there is a big challenge, and innovation and flexibility is part of our DNA, because without it's hard to stay on the market. Anyway, for the time being and for what we have in front of us, MET it's well prepared, because always we see one step before what we need to do and what we need to achieve in order to fulfill our part of the big picture. Yes, it's true, nobody should stay behind, but it's also true that all of us, we should put our efforts to achieve the goal. And in this respect, the first one is to stay out of the comfort zone, meaning that we should look to ourselves. I mean, each employee of the company, because otherwise it's impossible. That's why MET perform and implement some changes at the level of the management in order to give priority to the new goals, but also to keep the operations on the right track. This was one of the change which was implemented by us. I don't want to keep too much the floor because I'm pretty sure that there are also other speakers with important ideas. Thank you very much for the opportunity to express our thoughts from a supplier, coming from a supplier which is let's say an important chain, part of the chain of the supply. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much also, and go on with this innovation and flexibility. It's interesting to have such things at the level of a company like MET. Thank you very much once again. And now I am going to the last one, but not the least, Mr. Cristian Secoșan, which is the CEO Siemens Romania and Moldova. Cristi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mulțumesc, Dan. So I am the last. It's easy and it's complicated to be the last. No? But my message basically will be that everything was talked about already. Everything what everybody said can be covered by solutions coming from Siemens. We are involved in the part of supplying equipment and solutions for what we have discussed already. So humanizing the Green Deal, I think it's a good title. It's an interesting title. And for me, humanizing means that we have to look to the implication of this good initiative and important initiative, meaning that it's generating costs which finally will be paid by all of us, being directly because the energy which is supplied to us, it's more expensive, or via products which we are buying because the producer of this product is paying more for the energy he is consuming. So this is why what Mr. Chairman said before, the focus on energy efficiency, it's one of the most important parts of what we are doing in Siemens and what we are looking for. Still starting talking about solutions for the fulfillment of the targets of CO2 emission reduction and energy efficiency increase, we have to start from the energy sector. The energy sector being still the biggest polluter of with CO2 at a global level, and we are offering solutions on on the entire value chain, so along the value chain. I'm happy that Burkhard von Kinitz mentioned before hydrogen. We are very happy to be part of a big project which is now in Linz, already operational, the first Alpine plant of green hydrogen, producing green hydrogen. So this is one of our biggest initiatives which is ongoing now, and it's happening now, as I said. Of course, we are involved in renewables. We are developing better and more efficient wind turbines, bigger wind turbines. Also, Mr. Havrilet, Secretary of State, mentioned that we will be in the future also looking to the offshore in Romania. So we are glad to be able to contribute. It was also mentioned going further along the value chain, the transport and transmission, actually the transmission network and the distribution network. So where we have our solutions to reduce losses. Actually, the transmission, the DC transmission lines, where we have done a lot in the last years, and we are also focusing on projects which are happening in our region, but also going further to the smart grid and solutions related to the smart grid, which we are very happy to implement. Another idea here, which is, or another line of products which is supporting the distribution network, and not only it's the storage. We are very happy to be also there involved and to have a reference already in operation in Romania, but many other references around the world. But going away from the energy, which is actually the main focus of our conference today, but going away a bit and talking also about the implication, as I mentioned at the beginning, in some other areas, there are three other, I think, three important directions which I would like to mention. The first, it's for sure industry. It was mentioned by somebody, by one of the speakers before. Industry, it's actually consuming 37% of the electricity produced, so more than 1/3. Of course, the efficiency of the industry, it's very important. We have in Siemens many solutions, and we have many examples of companies which have looked into the entire production chain and which optimize the entire chain from a perspective, from energy efficiency perspective. Ritter Sport or Grundfos are examples in the Siemens world of companies which are using sustainable, which are having a sustainable production and using on the entire production process energy efficient solutions. We are using also here a very important digital twin. We are using this concept of digital twin, which is allowing our customers to optimize and to have an energy efficient process, not wasting too much, not wasting energy, but having clear solutions which are developed under the or using this digital twin concept. Other two things, first of all, it's the second one, aside the industry, it's related to the buildings and to the smart buildings. Here we also have an interesting example in Vienna, which is the Aspern project. In the Aspern project, we have everybody or each individual can control very strictly the consumption, even remote and so on, all kinds of things. So having a very efficient solution for that buildings there. And this is just a part of the portfolio we have in the smart building area. And the last, so the third direction beside energy, as I said, it's transportation, where we have many solutions related to trains, trams, infrastructure, transport infrastructure, railway, actually, rail infrastructure, but going to traffic solutions, which are also able to save a lot of energy for the people, actually. So my message is we are prepared in Siemens. We are having solutions for all challenges which are coming out of the Green Deal, and not only, also from what was discussed at the beginning, the challenges we have in front of us. So for the energy sector, and also further for the industrial, for the buildings, for transportation, and to cover, as I said, the whole value chain, and to be able to reach the targets which are in front of us. So this was all from my side. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very glad to be here in the conference, and congratulations for the way it was organized.
Thank you very much, Cristi. I believe that all these three directions, what you mentioned, the industries, the building, the transportation, are in your objectives and your scope of development of new technology. And what I have to see, and maybe everybody will accept, that this Green Deal generating costs paid by all of us, and we have to look very, very carefully how to reach these targets. Thank you very much. Finally, I would like to say happy anniversary to all the ladies and men who has the name of Maria, Marin, Mary, Mioara, etc. It's a very important religious day, and have to congratulate once again. We'll have more comment on the conclusion after the second part of the session of the next panel, and this was the first step. Let's have the second panel, and after that we will come with the conclusion. Thank you very much to all of you.
Electrica are ambiția de a deveni un jucător cheie în piața regională. Ne propunem o îmbunătățire continuă a guvernanței corporative și o comunicare cu investitorii la cele mai înalte standarde. Ne vom concentra în jurul următoarelor obiective: extinderea în domenii conexe și obținerea de sinergii cu domeniile în care activăm, îmbunătățirea performanței operaționale și creșterea continuă a calității serviciilor oferite clienților, continuarea investițiilor pentru îmbunătățirea fiabilității infrastructurii, transpunerea performanței în randamente pentru acționari. În cei 5 ani de după listare la bursă, Electrica a fost cel mai mare investitor în modernizarea și retehnologizarea rețelelor electrice din România, cu investiții de peste 3 miliarde de lei. Vom continua drumul început în urmă cu 5 ani, unul plin de provocări, dar și de obiective foarte îndrăznețe.
Bun venit pe site-ul e-Distribuție, mai prietenos și mai util. A fost creat special pentru nevoile tale. Acum vei găsi toate informațiile de care ai nevoie chiar aici, la doar câteva clicuri distanță. Încă din prima pagină îți punem la dispoziție accesul rapid la informații despre cum poți face racordarea la rețeaua de electricitate, cum să afli totul despre consumul tău de electricitate și cum să semnalezi mai rapid întreruperile în alimentarea cu energie electrică. Suntem aici pentru orice!
tot discernământul și cu toată puterea,
promit să am grijă de tot ce mă înconjoară.
De lumea mea mică și lumea mea mare.
Promit să-mi investesc cu înțelepciune energia și să fiu prezent pentru viitor.
Cu fiecare contract de energie verde, CEZ susține educația online a copiilor din medii defavorizate. Ia și tu parte la promisiunea verde și sprijină viitorul unui copil. CEZ, promisiune pentru viitor.
You light our homes. Keep us warm.
You help us explore, innovate, and achieve the unthinkable.
You are everywhere.
Yet, sometimes out of reach.
You move us forward and bring us together.
And together, we're on a journey towards the future of energy.
At Deloitte, we're connecting every bright mind, every organization, every startup, every innovator,
every citizen, CEO, and regulator.
Making this future happen won't be easy, so we're developing practical solutions
and a clear roadmap to help our clients on their way.
We'll keep making those connections,
each step well planned, moving forward together
to make our new energy future a reality. Let's connect for a new energy future.
Uite un creator de energie. Și încă unul. Și iată și unul în devenire. Atunci când pui suflet în bucătărie, dai energie celor dragi, oricum are și rețeta. Creatorii de energie sunt puși pe râs atunci când centrala e pusă pe șotii. Știu că rezolvăm rapid și se pot răsfăța în voie. Creează cu Engie un nou început cu oferta ta personalizată de gaze naturale, energie electrică și servicii tehnice.
Planeta are nevoie de ajutor. Și a trebuit să ne oprim puțin.
În ultimele luni a schimbat lumea în moduri neașteptate.
Ca să ne dăm seama că multe gesturi mici au, de fapt, un impact mare și că putem ajuta direct din zona de confort. Că împreună putem pune binele în lumină. Când pornim la drum fără să-l poluăm sau când păstrăm confortul de acasă cu o soluție de încălzire care luptă cu încălzirea globală. Când alegem facturi electronice care vin cu viteza luminii și lasă copacii neatinși. Când ne luăm energia doar de la apă, vânt și soare. Sau când ne redescoperim țara prin turism verde, pe drumul care unește. Cu fiecare alegere mică avem grijă de casa noastră mai mare. Iar noi îți aducem soluții inovatoare de energie pentru un viitor nelimitat de verde. Susținut deja de peste 3 milioane de clienți. E.ON. Ne străduim să-ți fie bine. fi mai puternic, nu e suficient să te ridici. Nu e suficient să ai viziune. Nu e suficient să deschizi noi drumuri. Pentru a deveni mai puternic, trebuie să crezi. Credem în România, ne pasă. Facem din România o țară mai bună în fiecare zi. OMV Petrom, energia pentru o viață mai bună.
Transgaz, o companie responsabilă, o companie a viitorului.
Alro, cel mai mare producător de aluminiu integrat pe verticală din Europa, după capacitatea de producție, a implementat protocoale și proceduri operaționale care să protejeze sănătatea celor peste 4100 de angajați și să asigure desfășurarea activității în parametrii normali.
În prezent suntem un grup integrat de la bauxită până la produse destinate industriei aeronautice. Avem asigurat necesarul de bauxită, necesarul de alumină, dar și disponibilități pentru export, inclusiv alumine speciale care sunt produse în ultimii 2-3 ani la Alum Tulcea. Integrarea ne-a garantat siguranță privind livrarea, asigurarea cu materii prime, cantitative și calitative și la termen.
Există întotdeauna tentația de a devia de la strategie atunci când condițiile de piață sunt adverse. Nu trebuie să te lași influențat de factorii externi. Cel mai important lucru este să ai o gândire strategică, să ai o viziune pe termen lung pentru companie și să o implementezi, indiferent de situațiile cu care te confrunți.
Alro operează la parametrii normali și are un lanț de distribuție complet funcțional.
Good afternoon to everybody. Now we will start the second season of this day of the conference, and I will introduce to you Mr. Einari Kissel, who will be as a moderator of these sessions. You know, Mr. Einari is a regional manager for Europe in World Energy Council from London, and he will manage this session. Please, Mr. Einari.
Thank you, Stefan. And indeed, it's a true pleasure to moderate this very distinguished session of the Regional Day of the FOREN 2020. It has been a very rich discussion already in the morning, and we will continue in the same way. And without any further ado, I would like to introduce right away our first speaker, Viorel Gafita, who is the president of Romelectro, and will talk about the investments in electricity field in Romania. So, Viorel, the floor is yours. You should mute your mic, unmute your mic.
Sorry, it's now I think that I can be here. First of all, I want to thank everybody. First of all, the World Energy Council and the National Committee for this opportunity to participate to the 8th edition of this regional day as a co-organizer. I was following yesterday panels, and I was pleasantly surprised by the optimism of many of the speakers. But to be honest, the general impression it was that behind the general optimism, there is a high percent of concern regarding the future, and is justified. George Orwell was saying at a certain moment that real freedom is to tell people the things they don't want to hear. So up to a certain extent, I would like to take the liberty to approach the subject from a different perspective. We are talking about energy transition, but the whole life is a transition. So power system and power policy is included. First of all, I want to say that from my perspective, the whole political environment does not look very predictable. And the impact on the energy transition, energy policies, national and common policies, regional policies, the impact can be very, 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 very strong. And I was looking at your presentation, Mr. Kissel, and I found that 80% of the people and companies which you consulted are still in the position to not expect a quick recovery from this crisis which started. First of all, the pandemic, which was let's say a world test for the whole world, and as the World Health Organization was saying, we have to expect more pandemics from now on. That means we will be more and more under stress conditions, so the decisions which we have to take are to be taken quickly, but to be carefully analyzed, because otherwise the results can be very, very unequal in different regions. An economical crisis seems unavoidable, and according to our estimation, the only doubt is how strong it will be and how long it will take. But as in any major economical crisis, the investment, and first of all, the investment in public and critical infrastructure, seem to be the answer. And at least at the level of EU, the plan is there. But coming to the subject of the panel and the conference itself, let's see how the things are being approached in the region. First of all, the policies of the region's countries do not seem to synchronize in terms of strategic power projects. Sometimes even the gas main supply pipes are in the area are similar to Romanian highways. They are connecting points, but not regions. Sometimes the policies do not match even in the same country. And development of the national grid, completion of the hydropower plants, execution seem to be seriously affected by the inflictment with natural protected areas. It has not been a correlated policy in this area. There are almost always solutions, but better to be found and implemented in advance. Otherwise, you put on standstill projects for years or tens of years, which happened in Romania. Everybody is concerned to reduce emissions. We are talking about electrical energy, but at least in Romania, we are neglecting the heating. At central level, the responsibility for district heating and local heating is the responsibility. This responsibility is divided between different ministries. And when the problem is left in the responsibility of the local authorities, the singular success examples do not mean a solution. Cogeneration, as it is regulated, it seems to be for the local authorities main an obligation, not as a solution. The plans, strategies, targets on long term seem well tailored, at least from today's perspective. And as it is said, fix a target and you'll find a way. But on this road, you need the resources, procedures, permanent adjustments. And here is what I wanted to get. When I mentioned resources, that qualified human resources to plan, program, implement, to do permanent adjustment in the fast changing environment, the human resources educated not only in the new technologies, but educated in a totally new spirit of the future seem to be sometimes very limited, at least in the region. Part of this force, it has been employed elsewhere. Part of it was redirected to other activities due to lack of constant investment in the power field. And the specialized one could see in advance and more clear than they better focused on other areas. And there is also something else to consider. Transition is a continuous process, which must consider digitalization, but in parallel, keeping alive an infrastructure, at least in the power generation, for a period of time. And it has been already emphasized before by a speaker that the infrastructure, at least in Romania, it's quite obsolete, quite old, and it needs totally change or at least for a period refurbishment. And all that cannot be done only online. The pandemic showed us that the people don't always need offices, but you can build a power plant, a power line, or a substation from home. And social distance is really hard to be observed in each and every operation on site. We have faced this situation since beginning of March, and it still continued. And sometimes the client, according to the contracts, do not accept this as it is a fact. Only sometimes we have been really successful in getting certificates about the impossibility to keep the rhythm of the work. And this is affecting the implementation of all these great plans which are in front of us. Of course, the restructuring plan, which Romania put on the public debate in July, is generous. At least for the power field, it is said that roughly at least 1 billion each year is allocated for the new investments. But it needs education. It needs people to implement all this strategy. First of all, we don't have waste to energy applied on a large scale in Romania. We are talking about environment from the CO2, from NOx's point of view. But at the same time, the waste which is accumulating in Romania, it's already a serious problem. And waste to energy has been approached only at a very, very preliminary stage. As a conclusion, I don't want to keep everybody with the problem of a contractor. But as I said, I want to look the things from the other perspective. But as a conclusion, we need to keep the capability and motivation to secure the qualified human resources necessary to build and maintain the future structure of the power system. And this needs a better procurement and legal frame. This needs a fair and balanced type of contract for the public tenders. This needs incentives. This needs education, not only from the university, but from a preliminary high school level of education. The pandemic was once more emphasizing that the need to act locally may become a priority. We are working in partnership with some companies for implementing some projects, and the lack of possibility of movement, it was a serious setback in progress of the projects. As a local contractor with almost 50 years of projects in internal and international markets, we understand that coping with the future also means transition in the mentality, qualification, technologies, and motivation. But this can be supported only if the market is predictable, the rules are clear, and the conditions are stimulating. So, whenever the government and authorities are making a plan, they first of all have to make the sensitivity analyze of all their decisions, because their decisions are tremendously important in implementing any plan. At the same time, what the pandemic showed and what even the governments were stressing during this period, it was that nothing can be achieved without the participation of each and every person. This each and every person means, in our field, probably prosumers, means an education for conservation of the energy, means more logical and more adequate behavior in front of the consumption of electricity, and not only electricity, but heating and optimizing their activities. Once again, the possibility of moving in the future, and as you have mentioned, Mr. Kissel, the rise of nationalist strategies opposite to the global approach of the problem sometimes may pose very, very serious obstacles in front of implementing accordingly all the policy which we are talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Viral, for this very insightful and frank view on the Romanian situation, about the political unpredictability that you see there, and most of all, the questions about the human resources that you highlighted very strongly. And this is truly one of the aspects that we are looking for when we speak about the humanization of the energy transition. Thank you. And moving forward to our next speaker, then he will be Sorin Yalisei, who is the senior manager in Deloitte, and he will touch upon the dynamic resilience and how to adapt the risk analysis strategies in energy companies. So, Sorin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Inari. To tell you the truth, I wasn't prepared in detail about the dynamic resilience, but in any case, I will touch upon that. I would like to, first of all, pick a little bit of the thoughts that Mr. Gafița was expressing here, and as a regional aspect of this conference, in terms of energy market integration, we can see that at the level of the TSOs and the Romanian market operator, there are actual projects, but they are driven by the European Union's regulations and directives. So to this extent, member states should do more in terms of actual projects in which they voluntarily cooperate. We can mention here RES generation facilities or other type of projects that put in common resources to basically achieve the same goal, because otherwise, and I can tell you from the process of the consultation between member states in drafting the national energy and climate energy plans, that in the region there was a formal process. There was no real consideration paid or given to other member states' projects which could have, I don't know, a sort of an impact on also, let's say, better market integration in Romania, Bulgaria, or Hungary for that matter. So indeed, the synchronization should occur, but it does not happen at this point, and this is where maybe member states should do more. And this is maybe one of the platforms in which they could speak to each other and really identify those projects that fit better into the national agenda. I also have one point looking at the agenda to make, sorry for the, let's say, brackets, but it touches upon the 4D, one of the Ds that I am, let's say, fond of and working recently to integrate it in financing options in structural funds allocation at Romanian level, and it goes to digitalization. And one of the first benchmarks that we should strive to achieve is the implementation of the smart metering in Romania. And here we also have a huge gap. End of 2019, on average, Romania is only at 12% smart meters at national level. So this is one of the points that I see worth mentioning through our discussions. And I would stop here and leave the floor to the other panelists and contribute if this may be.
Thank you, Sorin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sorin. And thank you for highlighting the insights on the formalities of the processes that was coming together with the development plans or the green development plans that the member states put up, and also highlighting the importance of digitalization and the smart meters that is to a large extent essential actually to run for what the whole program, and to make it more clear for all of the customers as well. We would then move forward to Valeriu Binic, the Regulatory and Antitrust Affairs Director and Enel Romania, who will talk about the flexibility in energy systems. So Valeriu, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the invitation. I'm just trying to show you the slides. I have 10 slides, which might indicate 20 minutes, but I have 10 minutes to talk, which means I would leave some of the slides for the reading of the audience later on, given that they contain what I consider to be very valuable quotes from documents issued by the International Energy Agency, by the International Renewable Energy Agency, by the Council of European Energy Regulators. I have noticed that more and more flexibility becomes a national challenge, but also similar problems are to be experienced in many countries which are affected by the energy transition. And as Sorin has already opened the discussion about the Ds, decarbonation, decentralization, digitalization, disruption, democratization of technology, somebody mentioned diversification, and so on. We see that most of them, or if not all, imply or impact flexibility, which becomes the new fashionable keyword. If we're trying to quote some definitions, we see that the IEA tried to define it as the ability of a power system to reliably and cost-effectively manage the variability and uncertainty of demand and supply across all relevant timescales. And we also noticed that Irina tried to bring it closer to the introduction of variable renewable energy generation, which practically generates a lot of variability and generates the need to avoid curtailment in order to keep decarbonization objectives alive. And when discussing about planning flexibility, I have highlighted here, I have bolded two very important conclusions. One, it makes much more economic sense to plan ahead for flexibility rather than exploring suboptimal investment after flexibility issues arise in a power system. Secondly, project development time, in particular permitting and construction times, have to be accounted for in the selection of solutions. And I would immediately jump to a very concrete case. Back in 2013, when we had 30,000 megawatts studied for new renewable energy projects, 20,000 megawatts in grid connection endorsements, and 10,000 megawatts in signed grid connection contracts, Transelectrica started to study how much installed capacity in wind power plants it can host. And at that time, it calculated historically how much fast tertiary reserve was available, and they said we can host 3,000 megawatts. I recently found out the same calculation performed for 2019 by the same Transelectrica. And now we see that there are 2,923 megawatts which can be hosted at this moment in the Romanian power system, with the ability to be taken over more than 90% of the time. And already Romania has something like 3,023 megawatts installed. And additionally, there is a discussion for another 2,300 megawatts to be installed in wind, and another 3,700 megawatts to be installed in solar, only if we take the figures from the National Action Plan Energy Climate Change, which at a certain moment might show other topics like some projects which might be delayed. So once again, now we call it manual frequency regulation reserve, manually activated frequency regulation reserve, but the problem is the same. Where is the flexibility? So the next slide already shows that the prices on the balancing market tend to grow, and
we have lost the connection. Valerio, we cannot hear you.
He lost the internet.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe we can move to our next speaker then.
Yes.
Just to go forward with the agenda, and we will come back to Valerio once he's back in the session. And I would be happy to now to give a floor and screen to Jean-Yves Montremble from French member committee of the World Energy Council. He's a Secretary General there. And he will talk to us about some European uncertainties that are coming to our market. So, Jean-Yves, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Inari. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for to the Romanian committee to have invited me to this panel. As you can certainly imagine, I have a very small legitimacy to talk about regional issues in this conference. But I would like to share with you a few remarks related to reflection on European uncertainties. After the European election, it became clear that Europe wants to see a real transition to a more sustainable Europe, a Europe that acts now without further delay. With this new ambitious approach for a net zero emission target by 2015, we need a well-balanced climate strategy which requires carefully examining the economic, social, and environmental dimension and placing them at the heart of European policy making. Indeed, it will be essential to take these three dimensions into account for the Green Deal to reach its objective for 2015. But it was at the end of the year. And after, we have to meet to deal with the COVID-19. Will the COVID-19 pandemic continues to spread across the world, with the European Union at risk of a second wave, four major uncertainties are hanging over Europe and the world to shape our future. The first uncertainty is health. With the pandemic that hit Europe at the beginning of the year appears to be more or less under control, health uncertainty remains crucial because there is no treatment or vaccine today, and no one knows how the virus will behave. We cannot take the risk of a second, more devastating health crisis, leading the new economic and social crisis in addition to the first one. So, the first objective is therefore to rebuild and increase Europe's short-term and long-term resilience. It is therefore all the organizations, businesses, associations, local authorities that have enabled Europe to overcome, sometimes in very difficult conditions, the first wave of the pandemic. That must be helped to get back into a position to cope with a possible second wave. In concrete terms, this means investment to be realized, purchase to be made, stocks to be replenished, and professionals to be recruited. The role of all these organizations in the fight against the pandemic has been decisive. This is obvious for the cover of the first line in the fight against the COVID-19, who was mainly the health people. But in fact, the second line consisted in particular of those who ensure the continuity of energy supply. That is to say, our sector, our industries. And we have to be very conscious of that. We have a part of the responsibility of this to limit this uncertainty. The second uncertainty is economic. Europe is facing an historic economic recession, of which we are certainly only just at the beginning to feel the first effect. The recession is spreading to almost all sectors of the economy, with the immediate consequence of a fall in employment and an impressive increase in unemployment and therefore insecurity in a particularly difficult financial context. And it will be difficult to avoid a major social crisis. Important supporting policies have already been put in place, and very strong recovery policies are being put in place now or in a very few days or weeks. The financial sums involved are colossal, commensurate with the stakes, but a major question remains: who will pay? And this question is central. We cannot change in the opinion of the experts and decision makers, who consider that part of this debt must be borne by central banks, so as not to weigh excessively on the account of state and local authorities, businesses and the individual, the former being tempted to shift the burden of the latter via taxation. I want to insist on the imperative need not to deteriorate the capacity to invest and to consume of all economic actors for purely ideological reasons. The situation is exceptional. The solution must be exceptional. And the European Union and the member states must show innovation, courage, far from ideology. The third uncertainty is political. The scale of the crisis seems to have overshadowed major environmental issues, such as the climate change and the loss of biodiversity. It also seems to have relegated to the background the effort to modernize the European economy, mainly via the development of digital economy. However, these two major challenges, the environmental and the modernization of the environment, and the modernization of the economy, did not disappear during the pandemic. A crucial issue then arises, which is also an uncertainty. Will Europe be able to reconcile economic recovery with environmental and digital transition at an acceptable economic and social cost? Because we must not forget the cost. There is a fine line between, on one hand, a return to the world of past through a generalized relaunch with the sole objective of restoring growth and employment, and, on the other hand, the relaunch solely targeted at the sectors that are driving the ecological and digital transition, some of which even see an opportunity to increase speed. Yet, the pandemic has not changed the inertia of our economies. Everyone knows that accelerating transition has a cost, whether in terms of stranded assets or destroyed jobs. And the dramatic rise of unemployment that has only just begun in the terrible realization of the price to be paid for accelerating transition. Policy coherence is essential, not least in order to move towards the reindustrialization that many are calling for. We have to support the idea of taking the difficult path which resolutely pursuing the transition that has been initiated will not pay the high price of the disappearance of entire sections of our economies with its unacceptable social consequence. The fourth and last uncertainty is societal. In order to fight the virus, in a very large part of Europe, most citizens have fundamentally changed their behavior. Many have discovered teleworking, different lifestyle with regard to distribution channel or transport. In France, now I go to work with my bicycle. A certain awareness seems to have formed around the idea that the development of the past was unsustainable. The crisis has provoked, especially in Europe, the return of citizens to values such as solidarity or social cohesion. Choices such as, for example, overly accountable management of health system are clearly being called into question. Many citizens have discovered or confirmed their appetite for a more local organization of their lives in terms of work or trade. What will remain once the crisis will be over of these new behaviors which have contrasting consequences on the objective of the energy European Union? We should not underestimate the strength of the system to return to their starting point. We have to support and encourage this movement toward values which are conditioned on a fair and just transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jean-Yves. Thank you for this list of uncertainties that we can truly see in the European scene to emerge, coming from resilience, from economic recession, the political uncertainty, and the societal challenges that we are facing more and more. So we are moving forward to our next speaker, who will be Bogdan Palm, and he will talk about the hydro energy in the as an element in the energy transition. Bogdan is the manager of the hydroelectric and see. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we cannot see you.
Oh, I unclicked my stop video, so I don't know why. Do you see me now?
No.
Okay, so I will speak without a face. Hello, gentlemen, and thank you very much for inviting me today to discuss these important challenges, regional challenges. I'm representing Hydroelectrica, which is the top power generator in Romania. I would say about 38% of the total electricity which was generated in 2019 was generated by us. We produce electricity, we sell electricity, we perform ancillary services for the national energy system. We provide water management services for all kind of services that we provide, ensuring navigation on the Danube by locking, and achieve a control and assure attenuation for flood waves from the tragic or catastrophic flows. We discussed about these challenges, and in order to address them, one of the bets Hydroelectrica has for the future is innovation and technology. And through this, Hydroelectrica would like to change the paradigm, because when you say Hydroelectrica, of course, what you think about is, as I mentioned before, hydropower. We would like to try to diversify, and we will try to get some other green electricity means. As you mentioned, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Moderator, one of the solutions that we choose is the hydrogen production. And as the European Commission's strategy for the renewable hydrogen mentioned, the green hydrogen is the one which is produced through the electrolysis of the water in an electrolyzer, powered, of course, by electricity. And with this electricity stemming from the renewable resources. Such hydrogen, the green hydrogen, has very limited emissions across its full life cycle. And as a tendency, as a trend, generally and globally, the green hydrogen production costs are expected to quickly decrease in the near future, getting increasingly competitive with the blue hydrogen, which currently is the basis for anybody who would discuss hydrogen. Some data and facts to put us into the perspective. According to the European Union strategy, hydrogen strategy, at least 6 gigawatts of renewable hydrogen electrolyzers should be installed in the European Union by 2024. About 40 gigawatts of renewable hydrogen electrolyzers should be by 2030, and 500 gigawatts by 2050. And this is all in order to reach the climatic and Green Deal objectives. Coming into a more concrete level, a more concrete plan, the project that Hydroelectrica is currently pursuing with some partners from the West. The current project is split into 3 distinct areas of operation. The first one, which is the supply or production, it's the upstream part of the business. It takes place in Romania, and hence the regional importance for it. It's about the production, the conversion for transport, and transport to a port on the Danube. That means that we are integrated suppliers, Hydroelectrica and some of the partners that we discussed, dealing with the renewables, and from these renewables to produce hydrogen, as well as turning the LOHC, the liquid organic hydrogen carrier, making the hydrogenation of this LOHC into an LOHC plant and transporting it to the Danube port, as I mentioned. For this, the partnership will consider a mix and match between hydropower and on-grid hydropower, as well as wind power, the off-grid wind power. For this, we have, of course, to look for a conveniently located port on the Danube in order to put it prepared for transportation. Now we pass to the second area of the operation, which is transport on the Danube, which will be done, of course, through a logistic partner, which is specialized in Danube transportation. It proved that the first pre-feasibility studies show that LOHC and transportation by ship or barge likely offer the best ratio of cost efficiency and ease of implementation. That's why it is the choice of the initiative of the project to use Danube as a transportation corridor. If you want to think of it, it's like a floating pipeline. It's a closed system with a designated fleet operating in a carousel type cycle of loading and unloading the LOHC between the production, the upstream side, and the demand and the consumption side. Because we mentioned it, let's also explain the third part of the operation, which is the demand or consumption part. For the business case that we are considering with our partners, that would be presumably Germany and Austria. The transportation via Danube from Romania to these locations, and while there, the transport to the port, reconversion of the hydrogen, and then offer it to the end users. Mainly, this is a high volume consumer or consumers under some long-term offtake agreements. This is the way that the business case considered. Just to discuss briefly about the funding of the project, together with our partners, we are thinking on an IPSAI, on hydrogen technologies and systems, in order to identify also some funding opportunities, which are the European all kind of European funding, a whole range of European funding, including the financing through the EIB. To qualify as an IPSAI, the project must be, of course, of a great importance to the achieving the environmental, energy, or transport policy of the EU, which we think the project qualifies. IPSAI funding stems for member states' budgets. Of course, it's all related on them. And it's up to the member states to design an IPSAI and define when to allocate the funding for a possible hydrogen dedicated IPSAI. We expect the IPSAI process to start on the member states level in the fourth quarter of 2020. So we are pretty advanced on this. We expect late September with calls for expression of interest. And the most active states currently are Germany, Austria, and the Netherlands. Internally, regarding our partnership, together with our partners, we are focusing on the shaping of the project, mainly building the partnership, preparing, of course, the IPSAI application, and setting up the project governance. I would like to finish with a little joke. We at Hidroelectrica, paraphrasing some famous novel or films which were made, 50 Shades of Grey, we are experiencing now, and we are trying to discover 50 Shades of Green, by trying to become greener and greener by the day. Thank you very much for your attention, gentlemen.
Thank you so much for this insightful information about the innovations that you are going through. And good luck with these 50 shades of green to find them as well.
Thank you very much. It's a challenge.
Right. I would like to now give the floor back to Valeriu Dinic, who was just getting away from us for a second, and we will continue from with your presentation where it was stopped for a second. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, and I apologize. It seems one of the basic laws of universe is Murphy's Law. So I would try to restate the fact that Romania has one of the largest shares of energy transacted in the balancing market in Europe, and this leads to a strong influence in the balancing market prices and unbalanced costs, which practically affects the variability adjusted levelized cost of electricity. Another important statement is that practically Romania seems to be condemned to decentralization. Remember another D from the first slide. There are few projects at this moment with the final investment decision formulated in terms of large centralized projects, eventually fossil fuel fired and so on. And lessons learned in Romania show that it may take at least 6 years to commission such a new project, while meanwhile we will have to close down other providers of flexibility like coal-fired power generation units. We see more and more industrial customers installing their own solar PV installations, practically avoiding payment of transmission and distribution fees. We see large power plants planning to apply for structural funds to do renewable power generation. We see existing utility companies, and we just heard an example, planning new renewable energy sources generation and sector coupling in order to secure the power for their retail customers or for other uses. We see the National Energy Climate Plan with 3,700 megawatts in solar and 2,300 megawatts in wind at least. But all this requires flexibility. And the big question is who invests in flexibility? Because flexibility has to be in place prior to the occurrence of new variable generation sources. So once again, I have taken from Irina, and I'm not going to insist now on the flexibility enablers, on the most usual solutions for ensuring power system flexibility. And I would go more to some punctual topics. Who will procure flexibility? And looking to the cooperation TSO-DSO, which becomes stricter and thorougher at this moment, we might say very roughly that the TSO might be in charge of frequency regulation, and the DSO might be more and more in charge of local voltage control. So if we look to the solutions which are available for TSOs, once again, not for TSOs to invest, except for the cross-border interconnections. The rest, distributed energy resources, storage, demand response, sector coupling, are not targets for the TSO. These are targets for third parties which have to be encouraged to invest. And additionally, the Council of European Energy Regulations started to identify tasks for the DSO to do flexibility in the terms of congestion management, load shifting, and managing power quality. And at a certain moment, the TSO and the DSO will get together, and some place will have to make a distinction. I'm not going to read the next slide. It will remain available. This is just an excerpt for an excellent conclusions papers of CER. But once again, it refers to the DSO providing flexibility. And now we jump to the conclusions. So many people consider that the capacity remuneration mechanisms are the solution for flexibility showing up. But once again, let's look to the causality. No flexibility, the TSO will not be able to host renewable energy sources. In a country with an adequacy issue like Romania, where new flexibility providers are to be withdrawn, like the coal-fired entities, we need to commission technologies which can get online the soonest possible. And the soonest possible are renewables. And renewables are variable. And if we do not have flexibility, we cannot commission renewables. So the question is, do we have the time to build a capacity market, to look how it operates, to allow investors to trust this market and place the money and come with flexibility, and only afterwards reap the benefits of renewables? No. So the message is that we should act on securing flexibility resources now, and the solution is state aid in the form of investment aid using structural funds, modernization fund, and other types of such solutions immediately. So first flexibility and then renewables. And we need renewables as soon as possible. The next step, okay, who should provide the flexibility services? So one main question is, who will procure frequency regulation services from decentralized resources? Remember, the country is condemned to decentralization. Would the TSO ask for frequency regulation by each kilowatt generator? Or will there be at a certain moment a certain division of tasks? So practically the question is, what is the granularity for TSO procurement of frequency regulation when the power generation would be more and more decentralized? So this means that countries like ours have a very serious challenge of starting to regulate since now the procurement by the DSOs of the flexibility services, because otherwise there will be no investment. And once again, the Council of European Energy Regulations thought about it, started to discuss various approaches, and you see on this slide the mention to rules-based approach, connection agreements, network tariffs, or market-based procurement. But we need to start a regulatory dialogue since now in order to define the principle of those rules, because we are under enormous time pressure. Once again, we need renewables. We cannot do renewables without flexibility, and we cannot do flexibility without state aid and without clear rules. Thank you very much, and sorry for the interruption.
Thank you so much, Valerio. And thank you for bringing up this very difficult question in many countries, actually, that how to set up the balancing market for the electricity sector. As you can see in many countries all over Europe, there is, say, a big question marks around this, that how and who should be the organizations providing and also purchasing these services, and what kind of services and in what quality levels should be applied. And we clearly see that regulatory framework in this area is very much under scrutiny at the moment. So thank you for that. Our next speaker will be Christina Sedran, the program director in OPCOM and the exchange operator in Romania. And she will speak about the integration of the Central and Eastern Europe energy markets. So please, the screen is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Mr. Kisser, for the introduction. Also, thank you for inviting OPCOM to speak today. I am personally delighted to be here and to be given the opportunity to speak to you very briefly about market integration issue that is an important one at the regional and European level. And also, I'd like to speak very briefly about the challenges that we have to deal with. So, but before doing so, of course, I would like to thank especially to Mr. Gheorghe Ștefan and his team as well from the Romanian National Committee of the World Energy Council for their work and for hosting this FOREN 2020 event. Now regarding regarding the market regarding the market integration now, my first idea was to speak only about the project where Romania is part, but then listening all presentation yesterday and today, I am thinking to speak more about, or at least in first part, about the challenges ahead of us in terms of market integration, because now we have a lot of challenges coming from the Green Deal, European Green Deal, coming from the recent EU offshore renewable energy and EU hydrogen strategy as well. And of course, I think we all of them, in a way or the other, are impacting the market design. And every time we will need to redesign the market in order to cope with all new regulations and ideas that need to be implemented in Europe. So first challenge is the need to consider the 2050 target in terms of net zero target, as we know, and the need to increase significantly the renewable energy sources in for electricity. And here I would like to say that the market design should be updated or at least adapted to cope all challenges that arise here. On the other side, I was speaking about the recent EU offshore renewable energy and the strategy in terms of hydrogen, as it was mentioned also before by my colleagues, that for sure will reopen again the debate regarding the correct investment framework in Europe, the need to subsidize also such kind of investment. And I think all the time we, at least as market operators and market participants, we need to keep in mind that everything or the market should be, or the price, the market price should be driven by the competition, by the market and market-based mechanism. In terms of renewables, I think during the time we have a lot of subsidies regime, starting with feed-in tariffs, then with feed-in premiums, with quotas and green certificates, as it is in Romania now. But nowadays we can see that again, the interest for contract for differences, CFDs, and also for PPAs is increasing all over the world, not only in European member states. And I'd like to point out here, as one of the examples, the situation that it is now in Italy, where the government is trying to establish a platform for trading or for creating the framework for PPAs to be traded based on the competition. I would say, and I'm proud to this, that also in Romania now, starting with as of September, 1st of September, it is possible also on OPCOM dedicated platform to trade long-term contracts. And here I would say that comparing the long-term contracts that can be traded in OPCOM with the corporate PPA, I would say that it is the same benefits because in the end, the investments are supported by such kind of mechanism. Even the PPAs are traded via the power exchange. So I think these are only several challenges that are ahead of us when we are speaking about a real market integration. Of course, we are thinking also about the hydrogen EU hydrogen strategy. We are aware that now European Commission DGNR is trying to develop the right framework for this. Of course, we are thinking about the market design that we will need to put in place, what OPCOM could offer in terms of hydrogen trading to the market participants. And yes, I think it is one of the other challenges that we have ahead of us. As Mr. Binig, yes, I think that we are not speaking today only about market coupling and market coupling project in Europe. We are speaking about sector coupling, also in terms of flexibility, maybe in terms of hydrogen as well. And I think we have a lot to do in the future. And now, coming back to the European power market coupling project, I think we are a bit advanced here because we are already coupled at regional level, at least in FOREN, and everything is going well starting from 2014. However, we are still expecting to be coupled with the central western part of Europe. We made some, how to say, steps back in 2016. It was not possible until now. We are in 2020. We have now a new project in place, trying to couple the two regions, the Central West Europe and these Central European countries. But we'll see, because now we need to wait once again, and now even more from the European Commission decision to see how exactly this project will continue and if we'll have this coupling in place before the other projects that we have ahead of us. So in terms of the head market, we progress, but we need to do more. It's not up to us, as I mentioned, but we are still optimistic that Central European part and even Eastern European part will be coupled and integrated in the single European market. And in terms of intraday markets, the other time horizon when the market participants has the possibility to balance their positions, commercial positions. We are already coupled with the member states, with the other member states in Europe. So here we only need to develop more at the national and European level as well. We need only to offer more functionalities and choices for market participants, but here we are already coupled. So shortly, I wanted to say the status and the perspective. I'm still optimistic that everything will work well and Romania will become part of all projects and will follow the the EU rules as it is foreseen. So thank you very much. Hopefully I was not or I didn't puzzle anyone else. I wanted to cope with more ideas, but I'm not sure if I succeeded. Thank you.
Not at all. Let's say it was very informative and very insightful and frank view into the challenges that OPCOM faces also in the development of the Central and Western European markets. Clearly to see the market design challenges in integration of all of these markets. It's clearly something that you can see in each part of the Europe, and say every time you have different challenges, different details to tackle there. And of course, the intraday markets development is some of the challenges that again needs very strong cooperation between all of the market participants. So thank you for these insights, and we will move to our last speaker, who will be Mihnea Crăciun, the Deputy Director of, we will have speak also Sorin Petre, the partner from PwC, who will give us the view into the future support schemes in the energy field. Apologies, and the screen is yours.
No problem. Thank you very much. And good afternoon to everybody. So we discussed a lot about the ambitious target that we have in the energy sector. Electricity was sector was also discussed in this panel. So to reach such targets, of course, significant investment should be done. And in order to have investments in such large projects, we know from the market that any investor which will be involved in such a project will ask an appropriate return in line with the market returns in order to invest his money in such significant projects which are large, which are implementing over a quite significant period of time, and for which the operation is expected to be long term. Therefore, I was thinking to discuss a little bit about the financing part of such projects, about possibilities to finance the investments in order for the investors to have an appropriate return in line with the market. And I was thinking to discuss about support schemes that are in line with the EU directives and which are implementing, that will be are expected to be implemented also in Romania. And speaking about support scheme, we have and we expect to have also in the future, started with 2021, two types of support. One is related to operational support for the electricity participants. The other category is related to investment support. Regarding the operational support, there are at least two schemes under discussions. Here, the impact is direct on the electricity consumer, and these schemes are related to high efficiency cogeneration producers. And here, it is in place a cogeneration bonus scheme, but it also the Ministry of Economy and Energy, it's looking to implement a new scheme based on the new principles according to the guidelines from the EU. So here, high efficiency generators may benefit from a cogeneration bonus, but what is different as compared with the current scheme is the introduction of the competition for such projects. So competition is encouraged for projects. Of course, there are large projects for which it's difficult to have a competition on the market, and for this there are direct negotiations. But for other projects related to cogeneration, the competition is encouraged. Such a scheme is expected to be implemented in 2022, most probably, and will help to implement such cogeneration projects for industrial consumption, but also for domestic consumption. Another operational support scheme that was mentioned also today in this panel, it's the one related to the contract for difference scheme. And here the idea is to for large investment and to support large investments and the investments in low carbon electricity generators. Here nuclear it's included, but also renewables for energy storage facilities, for carbon capture storage and similar investment projects. Such a contract for difference may be available in the future. The idea here is to compensate the producers, electricity producer, for the difference between the market prices for electricity and what it's an strike price, which is to be negotiated or to be part of the bid, and the difference to be compensated by the final consumers through different mechanisms. Here the difference can be positive, so the generator to receive money, but also negative if the market prices are above strike prices, and therefore the generator should pay such a difference. Again, also for this type of mechanism, competition is encouraged. So there are envisaged to be public tenders in order to implement such projects, and probably the strike price will be the key criteria to win such an investment by the investors. For large investments like nuclear, for example, unit 3 or 4, it's difficult to have a competition. Therefore, probably it will be a direct negotiations. So these are on the operational part. As I mentioned before, here the impact is direct to the final consumer, and most likely for large industrial consumer, as currently support scheme are implemented, it is expected to compensate somehow for such an impact on these industrial consumers. On the other hand, the second category of support, which is envisaged in the EU legislation and also to be implemented in Romania, are related to investment support. And here I will mention only two type of support. It's about the modernization fund, which is in line with the so-called EU ETS directive, which for which guidelines are provided by EU, and the Romanian authorities are to develop the local legislation to implement such a scheme. Here, the support is direct to the investment, and there are two categories: priority investments, which are related to the renewables, for which a quota of this fund is allocated. The fund is financed through CO2 certificates, the cash received from the CO2 certificates. The non-priority are after the priority investments, the renewables especially are financed. But it is expected that finance for the non-priority investment to be available in certain percentage. Another important investment support, it's the Just Transition Fund. Here, energy projects are eligible to be funded from such a fund. In Romania, there are 6 counties which can benefit from this Just Transition Fund. There are counties for which the economic environmental is changing from different reasons, and such an support, again, an investment support, is available. So also on the liability side of the balance sheet, there are solutions, there are financial solutions, and this is expected to help implementing such important investments which are needed for the electricity sector. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you, Sorin, for this very comprehensive view and perspective from investors' side, and to clarify what kind of financial instruments there are available and what kind of possibilities there are for the potential technology, say, or project developers. And certainly, at the moment, there seems that there is plenty of funds available. The question just is how and where to take this appropriate investment online, and what would be the best solution for each project. So, and now we are moving to Mihnea Krasian, the Deputy Director of EBRD in Romania, and he will talk about the financing of projects in energy transition in Europe and also in Romania. So, Mihnea, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. I'm testing a new microphone now, so it's fine. Okay, thank you. First of all, thanks a lot for the invitation. It's again a pleasure to participate in these very interesting discussions, which allow us as a development bank to understand better from the sector persons and also the regulators and also authorities what's in store for the next period. And I've heard obviously a number of interesting ideas being floated around and mentioned here. I will not comment on those. I would rather tell you what we have been doing and what we are doing, and the processes and the kind of institutional developments that we are following these days, and where we can provide our support. Our support, as everybody knows, comes in 2 forms. One is the financing that everybody knows about. As a development bank, we are very keen to support new technologies and also those that contribute to the greening of the energy sector in general. But we are also having a large policy dialogue sort of hat, in which we support various initiatives in the institutional area. I will talk about 2 things that we are doing now with the government of Romania, and I think these are two important things for the future of the energy sector. The one is the support that we are providing to them to develop legislation for the contract for differences support scheme. We have provided a grant to the Romanian government, and based on it, we have selected consultants who are now working with the Ministry of Economy now to put together the legislation that will regulate the contract for differences. It is still quite early days. The consultants have started work, I think, at the end of August, so it's really very early. But we expect that in a few months we will have sketched the kind of skeleton for the contract for differences scheme, based on which more renewable projects will be able to develop in the future. We hope now that investors, having been scared or even antagonized by the actions of the previous Romanian governments, which have moved from being very favorable on renewables to being extremely adverse on renewables, investors will join us once this new legislation is put in place. And obviously, EBRD is looking forward to finance more projects in renewables in Romania under the new Contract for Differences scheme. The second thing we are doing with the Ministry of Economy is related to the modifications of the new energy law and the transposition of the various EU directives that have been adopted over the last few years, especially the winter package in Romanian legislation. And in this respect, indeed, we are again offering a grant to the Romanian government based on which consultants are going to be working with the government to basically provide support for developing this new energy law, which will be aligned with the EU directives. Now, we hope that based on these two pillars, the future is, at least from an institutional perspective, brighter. From a financing perspective, money was never an issue. Let's face it. I think the issue was consistent regulation, transparency, and obviously a sticking to your words type of attitude from the Romanian authorities. I would like to underline that the last project that we have signed in energy in Romania is a Transgas project signed in 2018, the BRUA project, the BRUA pipeline project. But until that, we've spent 4 years trying to mitigate the effects of adverse legislation in renewables, of which we were a big financier in the first 5 years of the last decade. Now, looking at the financing, I think we are very interested to continue to support green investment. Renewables obviously is a priority for us. We are still able, not along too many other IFIs, to support gas developments. We are out of oil and upstream oil, but we can still support downstream gas, and we can still support gas pipelines. Just to mention that we also feel that interconnections will play a stronger role in the future, and just a testament of that, EBRD 2 weeks ago signed together with Transgas a project for the development. Actually, the project is made, but we have just entered with equity in Transgas project in Moldova. Vestmold Transgas is the company that we bought a stake in. We are there to show that we can bridge the kind of different type of regimes between the two countries. We are there to offer our strong policy dialogue capacity with the Moldovan government, and in order to smooth the adoption of favorable legislation to gas there. But we are there also to show that interconnections have a future in this region of Europe, and we are there as a preamble, I would say, to this development of BRUA. Now, BRUA is almost finalized on the Romanian side. The future steps are quite important. They have to bridge basically BRUA with the developments in the Black Sea. We are looking very much forward to Romanian government and Romanian parliament's actions to modify the offshore law so that they really create a favorable environment based on which these projects can advance. We have a direct interest there because we are supporting also one of the smaller players, smaller but the most advanced actually, the BCOG, a Black Sea Oil and Gas company in which we have invested with Carlyle. But without proper legislation, proper regulation, that gas will stay in the underbed of the Black Sea and will not flow to Europe. And I think the effort on our side is going to be in the future very much on bridging this gap, this strategic gap that Romania is finding itself in, which is also a gap filled with opportunities. We have gas in the Black Sea. This gas basically can be the hybrid fuel that can support the transition from coal to renewables. This gas will have to assure the stability of the system, as we are building more renewables, and eventually, this gas may bridge the blue hydrogen transition as well, which we have to be very much concerned about. I think I would like to end by echoing the words of a previous speaker who was telling us that innovation is key. Innovation is indeed key, but it also works when it happens in a competitive environment in which the state plays the role of a player, of just a player, and in which there are no limitations on the sale of shares in state-owned companies, in which there is a level playing field between all players, where there is transparent regulation and transparent use of regulatory powers. I think in this situation, it is very important that the state realizes that the strategic interest does not involve the concentration of state-owned assets in the state hand and not selling them, irrespective of coronavirus or not. Competition and privatization are elements that can only improve the situation over time. It is important to understand that the regulator needs to be perceived less than shown by legislation, that it is independent and is acting in the benefit of all parties in the market. And with these institutional assurances, investors will come, competition will spur, and EBRD will be there to support such type of projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mihnea, for these insights and about what you're doing and what kind of projects you are supporting in Romania, and also for some such strategic insights that one should take into advance and into account when developing these projects and also the regulation. We have now also one additional intervention into our program today, and I'm very proud and glad to introduce Professor Alessandro Clerici, who will provide some small insights about the hydrogen developments in the European scheme. So, Alessandro, the floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, do you hear me?
Yes.
Metti anche la faccia. Good morning, everyone, and at Einari. Thanks for invitation and some few comments on hydrogen. Just green hydrogen produced with no CO2 emission with the possible multi-sector uses is clearly an appealing option for energy transition, and has become the prima donna in political involvement and energy news all around the world. A lot of papers, webinars, a lot of numbers on its possible uses, new job created, but very few numbers on the characteristics of hydrogen and cost of the final energy got from it. Just some data on key characteristics of hydrogen. Hydrogen does not exist in nature on the earth and must be produced. Production from fossil fuels is about 98% now, is producing a lot of CO2, both in the gas and liquid state, has a low specific energy content per unit volume, less than 1/3 of methane. The transportation in the liquid state, minus 250 centigrade, requires 1/3 of the energy content of hydrogen for liquefaction, plus the energy needed to keep the low temperature. Let us see the cost of hydrogen. The black one, black hydrogen now around the world, per kilo about 125, 2.5. I am reporting data from the hydrogen hydrogen bridging sectors and regions event at the World Energy Council that we had in Abu Dhabi. Just black hydrogen, 1.5, 2.5 euro per kilo. It means 40, 80 euro per megawatt hour of energy content. Just if we look at cost of green hydrogen from electrolyzer, and I would like to stress, electrolyzer placed at the RES plant to minimize the transport cost of hydrogen or electricity, is in 2019, 7 euro per kilo, 260 euro per megawatt hour. Just in Germany, in 2030, would be 3 euro per kilo from offshore wind, just 100 euro per megawatt hour. In 2050, according to IRENA, just we could get $1.4 per kilo. It means 40 euro per megawatt hour. But with some RES factor of 4,200 hours per year and the cost of $20 per megawatt hour. Very difficult to reach it, to be reached in our European Central, East and West. The EU pool price of methane pre-COVID was around 13 euro megawatt hour in the pool price, just 1/3 of the expected values in 2050 of the production place for hydrogen. Possible blending, you have heard a lot of blending to put some hydrogen in the existing pipelines to be refined in feasibility and legislation. Just a blending of 10% in volume of H2 provide a reduction of 7% in the calorific value of all the transported mixture in the distribution and transport system. The possible use of existing pipelines with 100% of hydrogen, just if feasible and low cost for upgrading, reduced by over 3 times the energy transfer capacity of the infrastructure existing and working at the present gas pressure. As to gas to power, transformation of hydrogen to electricity, even with an efficiency of around 60%, the pure fuel cost component of the produced megawatt hour is 160 euro megawatt hour in 2030, 65 in 2050, and you have to add capital and operation and maintenance cost of a gas to power plant tailor-made for hydrogen. This compares to 25 euro megawatt hour for the fuel cost component in European Union in a natural gas combined cycle plant, or you have to add clearly capital and operation and maintenance cost, but a conventional plant well performing and experienced for many years. Just a power to gas hydrogen followed the gas to power is not convenient in general, it seems not convenient in general, and the electricity produced is less convenient than that delivered directly from RES. It could be probably limited to storage purposes to counteract daily and seasonal variability of wind and photovoltaic, but should be compared to other alternatives. I don't know if I have the conclusion. If I have 2 minutes, may I have 2 minutes? 1 minute. 1 minute. So I go to the conclusion and later on perhaps the use of hydrogen to produce with CO2 synthetic methane. In my opinion, a possible cheap era of hydrogen is fascinating, with intersectorial connection of electrons and molecules, but does not seem close yet. R&D and demonstration projects are essential to arrive at lower cost solution, but without promising future lower costs of energy. Strong reaction could emerge once the real costs become evident and make a serious impact on a stable and durable transition. Effective communication must be implemented to get the involvement of the energy clients to spend more in energy, but for a possible better world environment. Thanks for attention. You can find 2 slides I've given to the organizer, and they can distribute to you or see in the proceeding. Many thanks.
Thank you so much, Alessandro. And thank you for these, say, hard insights to the hydrogen business in practice. And truly, all of these questions should be tackled before the hydrogen comes to the market in practice as well. And in different spheres, in different industries, it can happen, of course, in different say ways, but certainly the cost issues, price issues are the most difficult ones to tackle. So we have gone through all our speakers' the presentations today, but I would now like to open the floor to the speakers, whether you have also questions or clarifications required from the other speakers. Are there any questions that you would like to pose to your say other commenters there? If not, then I could open the floor actually with a hard question to all of you. Imagine that you are the minister, and you should tackle the question how actually this nice word or nice expression of just energy transition should be implemented. What would be your priorities? What would be your ideas? How to bring all this transition to simple persons on streets? How to actually get everybody engaged in this process? How to get the investments done in a way that it would benefit all the people in the end of the day in your country? What would be your, say, such a first step as a minister? Maybe we can start with you, VRL. Can you give some insights? How would you access that?
I will try. I will try first of all to imagine that I will be in the position of a decision maker. First of all, any decision is better than no decision. And I would like to say to you something which probably most of the people present in this panel know exactly. We have discussed many projects for tens of years for Romania, which are not still in place. Some of them are right now out of their, let's say, efficient period of implementation. Let's talk about the nuclear power, which was unit number 3 and 4 already, a discussion which lasts since more than 25 years. We are talking about carbon capture project, which was initiated together with the Complexul Energetic Oltenia, that means the lignite-fired power plants. So the carbon capture at that time seemed a very interesting and teasing project, one of the 8 which have been at that time selected to be implemented in Europe, and a project which has been abandoned because of lack of coordination of different entities at that time. I can tell you that we have signed the first waste-to-energy project for a municipality 10 years ago, and it has been never implemented. And I can tell you that cogeneration, which it's clear an efficient way to save emission, to reduce the emission, as I told you, for the municipalities is more a burden than an opportunity. And that's why they have even closed such facilities, in spite of the fact that from history, economical history, they had the infrastructure to distribute the heating. So basic conditions were there. If I were a decision maker, first of all, I will not hesitate, because the people are hesitating and they are making strategies every other year or something like that. All these strategies more or less have considered or have started from the historical point, but never looking into the future and preparing the first steps. That's why some of them became unrealistic and they had to be reconsidered. This makes the market unpredictable, not only from the point of view as a contractor, as I told you. No contractor is in the position to wait till these projects will come and to allocate financial, human resources, to prepare the personnel, to train it, to certify it in order to be ready. For example, for a nuclear power plant, where you need special training, special qualification to be done in advance, I mean years in advance. But this made a lot of investors to consider the distributed production of the electricity. So many of the consumers, especially industrial consumers, not satisfied with the answer of the power system or the power resources existing, unfortunately, majority under the control of the political factors, because the ownership mainly of the big companies it's majority of the state, and it's depending on the political decisions. Many of the consumers decided to make their own facilities, like I don't know, Rompetrol, like the people in Râmnicu Vâlcea, which is a chemical plant, another chemical plant in Govora, and something like that. Even Romgaz, which traditionally was a company responsible or involved in gas, decided to value the gas at a higher level and making their own facilities. That means the companies, they were feeling all the time that the strategies or the rhythm of the implementing of the strategies was so slow and so unsatisfactory that they had been obliged to take their own decisions in order to speed up and to cover their own necessities. Another factor which I would like to say to you is that according to whatever the people from yesterday in the panel, Mr. Bălășoiu from Complexul Energetic Oltenia, today Mr. Păun, was clearly mentioning that they want to expand their interest, economical interest, beside the traditional market which they were covering. And that means that the hydro producer is orienting itself to the renewables, to hydrogen and other sources. Mr. Bălășoiu was mentioning also renewables and gas instead of coal and something like that. But I want to remember to everybody and to be as a lesson that Romania made a huge mistake in the 90s when they divided the production of the electricity in 3 companies specialized on the sources, on the primary sources of producing electricity. That after that, it was an effort to mix them and to make a mix of sources and to make the companies more complex, more, let's say, able to be adapted to the market, and that process was not finalized. That means right now, out of the 3 companies at that time, only Hydroelectrica, I would say, has a future, because basically God from time to time is supplying raw material to them. But the situation is dramatic for the coal producers. One of them is right now in distress. I mean the hard coal using producers. Lignite is not feeling very well, and Romania is facing a lack of capacity in some certain moments. And this had to be coped many years ago. So the conclusion is that there are many specialists on the market. There are many people which, as you have seen, they are anchored in the future, in the solutions. They know by heart what has to be done, but they have to be listened, and their knowledge has to be implemented and politically directed, but quickly. If we change the governments, if we change the people which are responsible, and every time they are starting like Sisyphe, I mean, starting with a big rock from the bottom, trying all the time to raise it up, we will never reach a conclusion. And something else, don't forget, I would say as a minister, I will try not to forget that electricity for the people, it's like the potable water. I mean, it's a must, it's a need. So first of all, you have to address to the people to be accessible, to be in terms financially, economically, and also to be available for everybody, but at the same time to educate the people, as the government were trying to educate the population right now in the COVID pandemic, that the responsibility of the government is not enough to cope with the situation, that everybody's effort is necessary, but this needs education, this needs sometimes incentives, this not only penalties, maybe let's say an optimal mixture of penalties and incentives, but an education which will bring the people to really understand, as it is in Germany right now, that you can look from the airplane that almost all the houses, all the farms, they are trying to use the renewables in the photovoltaic or even the small wind capacities, but they are distributed, they are discharging, or they are simplifying the transport of electricity, reducing the losses on, and reducing at the same time the necessity of the new power lines. You know how hard right now, from the environment point of view, is to build up a new power line in the present conditions, taking into account the environment restrictions and everything like that. As an example for you, for one of the power plant, hydropower plant, which we're building on the Jiu Valley, in order to save the environment, and because we are not permitted to build a power line to evacuate the power, we employed a new system of transporting electricity by cable inside the adduction, I mean the water channel which was supplying the power plant. That means to design a new type of cable, similar to submarine, but with a higher erosion and something like that. So there are solutions, but solutions mean that you have to regulate properly, to regulate in advance in order to stimulate, not to regulate when the life already it's putting you into the situation that the life is advancing for the regulations are in place. So
thank you,
lacking the prompt decision, that's the main the problem.
Yes, indeed. I understand. They say the main message is that decisions have to be made.
Yeah.
Whether they're sometimes not the best ones, but they have to be made. So any other person who would like to be a minister?
No, by the way, I don't want to be the minister.
I understand. Christina, maybe you can share your views, that how you would approach the question, that how to actually make this transition to the heart of everybody.
Yes, thank you very much. And if you do not mind, if I will be decision maker here in Romania, I will want to keep, as you mentioned, what we have good today here in Romania. So I will not speak about changing anything or creating any new mechanism here in order to support easier transition, but I will keep what we have today good in Romania. So I will try to strengthen the current way of trading in Romania. I will try to strengthen the centralized way of trading here, and Opcom as well as market operator, in order to have during this transition period how to say, good price and right price formation in Romania, to have competition like today among market participants, to have liquidity, to have a trustable price here in Romania. So this is what I will not change at all in Romania during the transition period. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mihnea, may I ask you to be minister for a second or for a minute?
It's a tough question, but to come back to your initial question about just transition, I think we need to be more ministers at the same time, because in just transition, basically, and to the specific situation of Romania, you need to make sure you deal with an issue of personnel in for example, an area where coal has been for 60 years, 70 years, the main source of revenue, of food, of employment, and you need to develop that region into something else. And for that, you don't need to be the Minister of Economy. You need to be the Minister of Economy, the Minister of Tourism, the Minister of Infrastructure, because you need to help that region develop in other ways that can provide a source of revenue to those people. And in this respect, yes, you need to have a holistic strategy in which what you discontinue, but you continue to provide employment to people, you continue to provide development, you continue to provide infrastructure services to the region, and basically you develop that region into something else. It's an interesting example which I studied on myself, I think 20 years ago. The region of Nottingham in the UK, where it was historically a region that Margaret Thatcher discovered that it's not easy to tame, given that the closures of the coal mines there. It turned itself into a much cleaner city, obviously, a much cleaner region at the same time, but with a strong focus on education. That kind of strategy can be replicated in other parts of Europe, and I would not, the link between Valea Jiului and education is not that strong, but I think it's, the example provides a good starting point to consider the ways in which that region could develop further beyond coal, so to say. So what I would do is I would try to gather interest from decision makers on the government side, but also from the private investors, try to entice those investors to invest there and rejuvenate a region after coal is gone. I think that's how I would do it.
Thank you. Who else would like to be a minister for a minute? Jean-Yves, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Inari. I am not sure that I would be a good minister, but I would say three things. First, I would try to remember each time that one does not suit all. That is to say that it is not because another country does something that we have to do the same. Because all our history, all our industry, everything is different in European countries. We must have the same goals, but we must not have the same ways to reach these goals. It would be the first point. The second point would be to ask before every decision, to have a systemic approach. Because if we look just at the part of the system, we make mistakes. And I have not understood all what Sandro has said, but I know that he has expressed a lot of points which are very important for us. And the last point is to think about the cost. Because today we are in Europe in a very difficult situation, and we are not so rich. we have not the possibility to be always the best pupil of the class. And we have to think that at the end of the day, the cost will be supported by the European citizen.
Thank you very much. Valerio, you have the possibility to be the minister now.
Okay, thank you. Back in 1998, I was member of the board of RENEL, who voted this reorganization of the sector. And the first rule was Hidroelectrica is not to be broken. And all the rest resulted from that. I'm not sure whether I am the only surviving member of that board. That was also the time when the Romanian member committee of the World Energy Council was created. And then life led me to learn some lessons. I was fighting for keeping the holding together, and I was characterized as being the last communist alive. And after Enel was broken, I decided to become a privatization consultant. And back in 2007, I was running 6 privatization contracts in parallel. And at that time, somebody political decided, no, we want to rebuild the national champion. So all my efforts were done. Then I worked for the attraction of private investors in the Cernavodă units for 2 times. I worked 4 years for the Tarnița-Lăpuștești 1,000 megawatts pump storage hydropower plant and so on. And in 2016, I had the chance to lead, from an administrative point of view, the assistance to the Romanian Ministry of whatever, energy and so on, for the energy strategy of Romania done by Professor Pantelis Capros, the owner of the PRIMES model. And this was the first time when I really understood that this PRIMES model, which is blamed by a lot of people, gets to a very detailed macroeconomical modeling of a country. It practically uses the Eurostat statistics in order to draw routes and roadmaps for a country. So if I were the minister today, I would call Professor Capros again. I would ask him to run again the data on my country and to show me which are the trends for the future. And the first lesson I would learn is that the era of the gigawatts is over, especially in Europe, which has lost the battle for primary energy resources, and which is the continent which is threatened by the climate migration the most, and which is interested to be a technology leader, especially green technology leader. So those basic characteristics of the continent force it to have a certain behavior. And this certain behavior goes into decarbonation, decentralization, afterwards this digitalization and so on. And practically they are going to rule what the Romanian energy sector will have to do. So, okay, we have coal regions, mono-industrial and so on. It will cost the society less to reconvert the people and save the environment than to keep paying people to sacrifice themselves going underground. It will cost more to have a couple of people go underground and a lot of other people making businesses at the surface. Yeah? So for the society, it is time to make some decisions. But overall, we have to accept that Romania is condemned to decentralization. And this is why today I mentioned that we have to care a lot about flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we have gone to an end with our questions and answers session now. And I would like to thank you all for all of these very deep insights and very frank discussions today. I would now like to try to draw some conclusions of the discussion that we have had today in the first session and second session as well. Maybe we can share this conclusions making also with the Ioan Gheorghiu, so that you could go for with the conclusions of the first session, and I would like to try then to convene with the second session.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Very interesting, and congratulations to all your guests for the second panel. I hear only the voice, but I found that it was let's say very interesting debates, and also very interesting answers to the last question, which is a challenging one, really. First of all, I would like to say thank you also to Einari Kessel. He told and he showed us what means the new challenge built on the pre-existing tension: social, climate change, recession, plus COVID-19. The consequence was the biggest allocation of the fund. At the same time, we can see that more than 80% of the organization are shifting investment into digitalization, R&D, and ESG activities. We found that it is in our world the new normal, and it's clear that is in certitude a big impact on the economy, society, and energy sector, with remarks increasing nationalism. We have also the conclusion from the State Secretary, Mr. Havrilets, that Romania has an ambitious target for renewable, 30.7% in 2030. Other action for the future in the Romanian energy sector is the production of blue hydrogen using the natural gas, plus offshore winds. From Mr. Cristian Bădescu, we have to be coherent and provide a predictable legal framework. Romania is also involved at the global level on the transatlantic vector. Energy efficiency is the solution to fight for climate change. From the university, Mr. Gianfranco Chico, teaching online. However, we need activities in the lab, real technology, so that we have a measured impact. Solution: small group of students, computer assistant activity, remodernizing energy curricula. Interesting presentation of Mr. Cătălin Stancu. The target related to climate change become more and more ambitious. Romania can access more than 50% of the money already provided by EU for transition. From Mr. Burkhardt from von Kinitz, energy vendor was successful with renewable but need a new market design. Hydrogen is another issue. And the last but not the least, from Mr. Secoșan, have to look at the Green Deal and as an opportunity, but also that means cost paid by all of us. We all pay for the cost of the new technologies. Thank you, Mr. Yanari, and now you have the floor.
Thank you, Ion Gorghiu, and I will try to summarize now the second session discussions here, as it has been very rich and very enlightening also for many speakers. When what we hear from the Bureau Gafita was that we have, say, kind of political unpredictability and in the region, and policies not necessarily match with each other oftentimes. Human resource is very important, but it needs a lot of education. It needs new conditions of work after and during the COVID time, and it requires also some reshift in motivation. Then from Sorin Yelisei, I would like to highlight that the formality of the processes that he highlighted, that there is a not very good synchronization between the member states when it comes to these processes. Digitalization is clearly an issue in the region, and if the smart meters are only for 12% of the customers in Romania, then this is clearly a very low figure that needs to be improved. From Valeriu Bini, we heard that the flexibility has become the national challenge for the Romania, but also a regional concern. And Romania is somehow like condemned into decentralization, but the question is that actually somebody should invest also in flexibility, but the conditions are not there, and there is a lot of challenges around that. From Jean-Luc Moncomble, he listed 4 uncertainties for Europe that you can see. It's about the resilience, it's about the economic recession, it's about the political uncertainty, and also the societal challenges that have come to the table of the countries more and more. From the presentation from Bogdan Paun, you can clearly see that the innovation and technologies are the most important strengths of hydroelectric, and the new market area where the company is going for is about the hydrogen, especially the green hydrogen, with its all different possibilities that are over there. And also the challenge to provide 50 shades of green would be one that would be remembered for a long time. Then the presentation from Christina Setran really highlighted that the markets have to be redesigned in Europe, but also especially in the southeastern part of Europe, in order to get, say, also the integration flow in the right way. In today's markets also require new advancements, and this requires new changes also in the legislation. From Sorin Petre presentation, one could clearly remember these introduction of, let's say, the new idea of introduction of competition for the state aid, but would be interesting challenge both for the national governments but also for the European Commission. The new, all the possibilities of investments, and of course the newly established Justice Transition Fund are the ones that will be very important to drive forward the projects for all of the energy sector transition. And the presentation from Mihail Krashin addressed the say the questions that have been already supported by the EBRD for CFD regulation and the nonsense of the market design. The main issue identified there is about the consistency of the regulations, predictability. Money is always available, but it requires also consistent framework in order to be supported with the investments. And the final note was from Alessandro Colecci about the economics and also the challenges of the hydrogen that we can see today in the market. That technically, one could say that the options are there. Economically taken, let's say the solutions are not the most optimal ones yet. So there is a need clearly for further advancements, further development of the sector in order to be ready for the markets. So with these notes, I would like to give back the floor to Stefan, George, and Georgiou for the final notes.
Thank you very much. Oh, I leave the floor to Mr. Gheorghe Ștefan, and after that we will say goodbye to everybody. Please.
Thank you, Einari, for this very good seasons managed by you, having some interest question in the end, and put all the speakers from this season in the one unexpected position, and the answer was very good. Allow me please now, in the end of this day, Regional Energy Day, the second day of our event, to thank you to all of speakers, thank you to all the moderators from these panels, to thank you to all of participants, and in the end, but not the least, the partners who has done possible to this event to be happened in this formula. Now we are in the middle of the event. We will have next 2 days having some scientific papers which will be presented according to the program daily, tomorrow in the 3rd day and the day after tomorrow in the 4th day. I wish you all the best and see you, we hope, next year in FOREN 2021 in Costinești, in physical way, and this experience online FOREN, I think, in opinion of the organizer, it was a success. It depends of how you consider and how you think about the result of these 2 seasons, and after the 2 days for all the days of the event. Thank you again, and see you next day for scientific papers. Thank you.
FOREN 2020 Online este un eveniment organizat sub patronajul Ministerului Economiei, Energiei și Mediului de Afaceri, cu susținerea parteneri strategici, Electrica și Enel România, coorganizator Regional Energy Day Romelectro, coorganizator Discussion Sessions Opcom, parteneri Adrem, AFR, Complexul Energetic Oltenia, CES Group, Deloitte, Engie, E.ON, Hidroelectrica, Horvath & Partners, Met Romania Energy, Nuclear Electrica, OMV Petrom, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Romgaz, Siemens, Siemens Energy, Transelectrica, Transgaz, Vimetco, Alro. Academii și universități, Academia Română, Universitatea Politehnică a București, Universitatea Petrol și Gaze din Ploiești, Universitatea Tehnică a Moldovei, Universitatea Politehnică a Timișoara, Universitatea Gheorghe Asachi din Iași. Partener media The Diplomat Bucharest, Camera de Comerț și Industria Municipiului București, Buf Media, Energy Industry Review, Energynomics.ro, Energy World, Financial Intelligence, Focus Energetic, Invest Energy, Monitorul de Petrol și Gaze, Petroleum Club, Revista Tehnică și Tehnologie, Universul Ingineresc. Le mulțumim partenerilor și coorganizatorilor FOREN 2020 Online pentru sprijinul acordat.